It's at boy time for event 6 of the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships, and welcome back folks to Vantage Point Video. It's the return of the Rotax and IAME series here on the Emerald Isle, and we are in County Meath at Boy for what is bound to be a fantastic day of racing. It is the first wet race in quite some time for these racers, something that's not often said here in Ireland, but it's bound to be an entertaining contest nonetheless. At Boy, a real racer's track, separates the best from the rest, and we're bound to have an entertaining day on our hands. But before we can get to racing, we have qualifying for our IAME series. Rotax, of course, 3 random gridded heats, so it's IAME qualifying coming up first, and we have qualifying for our IAME cadets ongoing, and it's Jack Harney who is the quickest of the bunch so far. Ada O'Brien in second, Tucker Frayne in third, Sam McCullough in fourth, Nicholas Yodisius is in fifth, ahead of Mate Dabija in sixth, Joey Waters, Daniel Crowe, Rian Spratt, Will Larkham and Tiernan O'Brien is the remainder of the order. So it's a 5-minute session in total for IAME qualifying, lapping around the 47-second lap time. So plenty of laps to put in a good time and get yourself towards the front of the field for the 2 IAME heats that will be coming up this morning and this afternoon. And this time last year we had an all Rotax event here in at Boy, but the IAME and Rotax series joining forces once again to provide an entertaining spectacle. And Jack Harney still remaining at the front of the order only by 0.009 tenths of a second ahead of championship leader Ada O'Brien. 2 wins so far in 2026 for O'Brien. Jack Harney second in the championship with 3 podiums, no wins just yet, but has been racing Tillotson and has been taking wins in that championship. Did win the O-Plate, a non-championship points race, and that was in Watergrass Hill a handful of months ago. So problems for Nicholas Yodisius by the looks of it. He's pulled off just on the exit of the third corner on the right hand side. And that's number 608, you can see there. Very disappointing for Nicholas, who will play no further part in qualifying. Currently sits 5th in the running order and was starting to put in some good times. Got into the rhythm, but that's a kart failure. The engine just giving up. Yellow flags out will mean, or will make it very difficult for improvements throughout the remainder of this session. With only 25 seconds to go, drivers will have to slow down in that yellow flag zone. Which will make it quite tricky to improve. But Jack Harney did improve on his last lap before the yellow flags came out, and it was a 46.1 for Jack Harney here in IAME Cadet. He's on pole position by 0.2 of a second ahead of Ada O'Brien, and everything is just going the way of Jack Harney in Irish karting so far. Tucker Frayne improves to 3rd ahead of Mate Dabija, so Frayne is now up into 3rd position. There's a big improvement the last time from Rian Spratt, who this time last year was racing Rotax. He's in the IAME Cadet today. He improved 5 positions to 6th place. But checkered flag is out, final laps to be completed, and Jack Harney will remain on pole position as the top 4 all across the start finish line, and that will be that in qualifying by the looks of things. No improvements on that last lap as we expected, due to the local yellows for Nicholas Yodisius breaking down on the right hand side of turn number 3. So Jack Harney on pole position and Ada O'Brien in second, and it'll be Mate Dabija in 3rd, Tucker Frayne in 4th, out of Sam McCullough. Rian Spratt is in 6th, and Nicholas Yodisius dropped down to 7th after that breakdown. Daniel Crowe is in 8th, ahead of Joey Waters in 9th, Tiernan O'Brien in 10th position, and Will Larkham will start your IAME Cadet heats from the back of the field in 11th position. We have our slightly bigger IAME karts coming up next, our IAME Junior X30s for their qualifying session, and it has been dominance from one in that class in the Junior X30s. That, of course, is Jack McLaughlin. But crucially, not leading the championship after some misfortune in White River Park. So very important qualifying session coming up for IAME Junior X30s in a handful of moments after we get Michaelis Judasius's kart cleared off the circuit. So qualifying underway for the Junior X30s. One of the most entertaining classes in the country this year for sure. There's been some incredible fights at the front, but the race winners in 3 laps. The other 2-round wins of the Max Riley returning and winning immediately in White River Park. But 5-minute qualifying underway for the Junior X30s now. Championship leader is T-Sport's Ben McCloughery. Ben, another one who's jumped over to IAME from Rotax Racing, was second in RMC last year in the Junior Max Championship, really pushed Rory Armstrong all the way, and he's leading the championship here. Took a handful of IAME podiums last year as well, of course. The opening lap's being completed now. It is local lad Danny Dempsey, well, Dunboyne, that boy, as local as he'll probably get, was quickest. He's been beaten though by Jack McLaughlin and Martin Shannon. So McLaughlin, the pace setter, with a 42.1, your fastest lap so far. Then it's Shannon second ahead of Danny Dempsey. Charlie Blair he's just been beaten, but he is fourth, and it's Joey Carney, John Foley Jr. and Mikey Kelly. There's a whole shuffle up of the order once again, so Dempsey is back to the top ahead of Ian Carey in second, his fellow cadet graduate, both making the step up to Junior Max Racing, or Junior X30 Racing. They're both beaten again by McLaughlin and Shannon. Brennan Tech's Jack McLaughlin, third in the championship last year with 1 win. He's already beaten that tally here this year with 2. It's a very important qualifying at what is now the business end of the championship season. A bad result here today could be make or break. As Charlie Blair improves to second position in the number 720. An IRL plate winner here last year in Athboy. Athboy, the host of the IRL plate round. Still not quite getting ahead of Jack McLaughlin and Ian Carey. McLaughlin with a 40.8, Carey with a 40.9. They're the only ones to go under the 41-second barrier, as Danny Dempsey now joins them. He's beaten by Zach Burke. Ian Carey now goes quickest of the bunch. You can see them all in that little field there. Ian Carey in the number 796 Norris Carey Motorsport cart, and Carey has gone to the top, but he's beaten by McLaughlin once again, and it's a real shootout at the front of this IAME Cadet field. The track will only be getting quicker. It was very slippy, very greasy during morning warm-up, but the constant running of karts will improve the racing surface. There hasn't been a shower of rain for a couple of hours now. It was quite wet this morning here in Athboy, but hasn't been rain for a while, so the track conditions will constantly be improving and constantly be getting quicker, so it's very important to keep pushing. And Danny Dempsey knows that more than anyone, it seems, as he is now on pole position, but I imagine McLaughlin will respond. "40 seconds until checkered flag." It's Dempsey, McLaughlin, Foley Jr., Carey, McCullough is your current running order. Andrew McCullough improving 12 positions on his last lap, and here is the leading group, if you would like to call it, in qualifying. These are the ones setting all the fast times, and they'll split the timing beam once again. Not an awful lot of improvement, so maybe track conditions stabilising. It is a drying track officially, and 18 degrees track temperature, 15 degrees air temperature, which is not as big of a difference as you usually see. And there is checkered flag, so this will be the final lap for IAME X30 Junior qualifying. Chad Lehman improved on his last lap, but still to cross the checkers, and we might be able to jump further positions. He jumped 5 to third. So a few already taking the checkered flag. Ben McCloughery, it'll only be third. Dempsey will remain on pole position for the time being. John Foley Jr. goes to second. Is there any late shocks here in X30 Junior qualifying? Most crossing the checkered flag now, and it looks good for Danny Dempsey, and there goes Jack McLaughlin across the line. So it will be Danny Dempsey on pole position here in Junior X30. John Foley Jr. in second, Jack McLaughlin in third, Ben McCloughery in fourth, Charlie Blair will line up in fifth position, Chad Lehman and Senna McLaughlin sixth and seventh, then Ian Carey and Andrew McCullough eighth and ninth, with Declan Purvis number 763 rounding out the top 10. So a great pole position for Danny Dempsey with a 40.3. He's on pole by just over half a tenth of a second ahead of John Foley Jr. Running for the rest of the classification, 12th will be Mikey Kelly ahead of Zach Burke in 13th, Martin Shannon in 14th, Joey Carney in 15th, and it's Oscar Miller, Jamie Mulvey, Cavan Hayes, James Nolan, Lily Rose Hughes, Sophie Campbell down in 21st position. Ran very well here last year in Rotax, so disappointing to see Campbell that far down the order. Then Bobby Conley, Liam Buckley and Danny Mulvey to round out the 24. Top 23 separated by just under 9/10 of a second, and then Danny Mulvey 1 second adrift. So an exceptionally close field here for Junior X30, and their two heats should be very entertaining coming up this afternoon. One this morning and one this afternoon, and then the final, of course, this afternoon, as you would expect. Yeah, but that is IAME Junior X30 qualifying, and it will be the senior karts powered by the IAME engine, as the IAME X30 seniors will be coming up in a handful of moments. So a handful of moments it was, and IAME X30 senior qualifying is kicking off. 5-minute session as per the other IAME classes to decide the field here in Athboy. Championship leader Jack Buckley, your back-to-back senior X30 champion of the previous 2 years. But crucially, he has not won a race in this class this year. He took 3 wins last year and 2 second places. It's been 3 second places so far this year. Younger brother Tyke Buckley, who made the leap from X30 Junior to X30 Senior after winning the championship, has taken 2 wins. And then the other win last time out went to County Meath's Adam Holmes of Oran Henry Racing. So Jack Buckley will be looking to prove that he is still the pace setter in this class, even if he is the championship leader. There is nothing like crossing the checkered flag in first. So Jack Buckley will be out to prove that and will be looking for a pole position to start the day. The early laps don't point in that direction. They point in the direction of Tyke Buckley and Luke Agnew. Returning to the class for this weekend is Andre Dabaja, and he is on the front row immediately, up to second place. Younger brother Mate racing in Cadets. Andre Dabaja returning to IAME action. Took 1 win last year, en route to 8 in the championship, but could well have taken another one. Lost it on the last lap in White River Park. But he has just been beaten by Jack Buckley, who now goes up to second position, and it's an all Brennan Tech Buckley front row. Good lap from Jack Craughwell, able to go to 4th position ahead of Jamie English. In 5th, Rory O'Connor gaining 10 positions to 8th. With 2 minutes and 20 to go. It's all swapping and changing at the front, and Sean Hogan is able to go to 2nd position. Tyke Buckley still on the pole. Jack Buckley demoted to 3rd. We're looking at potentially one of the overtaking zones. The 2 hairpins. Similar to Torquay in that aspect. The best overtaking zones all coming in the hairpins. But every corner an overtaking corner, and drivers will look to make it work wherever they can. So Michaela Hart now top of the order, and that is the 825 of Hart, the privateer entry, who is P1, and that's a great lap from Michaela. A 40.017. With a minute to go, it's on the Buckleys now to try and take their pole position back. They are running in unison out on circuit. You can see them there just through your picture, heading through the hairpins. And there you go, both improving, as does Sean Hogan, but Hart improves herself to a 39.8, so track is just getting quicker once again. And it's Tig leading Jack. John Norris up to 4th position. John, one of our Masters entries this weekend, but certainly a man who knows how to race a go-kart. The IAME Warrior Final 2024 Masters champion, John Norris. It means Shane Crosby's not the guaranteed Master winner this weekend, which is quite nice. Shane has picked up numerous trophies already in 2026, as he was simply the only Masters entrant. But good to have the two Masters drivers battle it out. So, checkered flag is ready and waiting to drop. It's Tig Buckley who leads Sean Hogan in the running order. It's a Brennan Tech 1, 2, 3 so far, and that is Hogan, or sorry, that's Luke Agnew, who's parked up behind Jack Buckley. So Luke Agnew is looking to get the run for the chicane. Here comes checkered flag for these front runners, and Tig Buckley so far quickest. Jack Buckley not able to improve. Michaela Hart jumps up to 3rd, but it's looking like it's going to be Tig Buckley on pole position unless there is a dramatic twist from somewhere down the order. Dabaja not able to find it. We're still waiting on Rory O'Connor, who currently sits in 7th position, but no improvement. So it will be Tig Buckley, your double race winner this season, who is on pole. And it's Sean Hogan in 2nd position. Then it's Michaela Hart in 3rd, Jack Buckley in 4th. John Norris is in 5th, ahead of Adam Holmes in 6th position. Rory O'Connor in 7th, ahead of Andre Dabaja in 8th. And it's Aaron Murphy, Luke Agnew, Emer Carey with one of our best qualifyings of the season so far in 11th. Ronan Hennessy is in 12th, ahead of Josh Allen, Joel Murphy, Jack Crockwell, Jamie English, Shane Crosby, Daniel Kavanagh, and Shane O'Neill in 19th position. But that is it for IAME qualifyings. Rotax, of course, is random fields. So the art of that is we get 3 heats rather than 2. Meaning, the first one is coming up now, folks. And it will be the youngest racers in the paddock this weekend, Rotax Micromax. But trust me, Micromax is not one to frown down upon. Very entertaining racing that we'll see Harry Thiley start on pole position. So that'll be in a few moments, folks. So the Rotax Micromax is heading out to the asphalt. Here is your grid for this race. Harry Tylee on pole position, Jack Harney in second, and it's Ollie Williamson, Cooper Devant, Ben Nicholson, Ollie McKiernan, Matthew Peterson, Robbie Lyons, Ben Daly, Dawson Jones and Michael Darcy. So Michael Darcy, championship leader, starting from the back. Harry Tylee on his IGP plate starting towards the front. It'll be Tylee on the inside and Harper on the outside as they head down the tram lines, and Harry Tylee is looking for the jump as we go racing here for the first time. He's not got it. It's gone the way of Jack Harper, who leads in for the first couple of corners. And here is Harry Tylee in second place, immediately looking to gain that back. Good start for Cooper Devant as well, but he's under a lot of pressure from Ollie McKiernan on the inside. And McKiernan's got a good getaway, and Tylee's round, and there's contact made. And it is 2-3 round as well. Sneaking through is Ben Daly in the O plate. Harry Tylee went for the move on the inside, immediately spun round, and that drops him right down the order here. And if it wasn't a shuffled up Rotax field at the start of this race, it most certainly is now, as the two fast starters, Ollie McKiernan got dumped down the order a little bit as well, but your race leader is Jack Harper in the number 113 at the front of this field, 16th in the championship. He's only done the previous 2 rounds, but wow, what a start here on that boy to Rotax racing action and drama on the very opening lap for Harry Tylee, who's certainly not a man for a boring race. You usually get entertainment whenever Harry Tylee is racing. He's now going to try and work his way through. Michael Darcy, 8 positions in the opening lap, finds himself in second. How about that for a race start? Dawson Jones in third, and they're fighting now here up towards the right-hander, and that is a swap for position. Ben Nicholson is up to 4th now, and then it's Matthew Peterson, Ollie McKiernan, Harry Tylee, Cooper Devant, Ben Daly, and unfortunately Robbie Lyons was an innocent victim in that melee at the first hairpin. It's all kicking off further back, and you can see there the bunch heading through. Ollie McKiernan up 2 positions to 4th now, so that was McKiernan who made the lunge in through the hairpin. What an entertaining Rotax fight here so far. That's your race leader. That is Jack Harper, who is under pressure from Michael Darcy here. And Michael Darcy, 1 win, 2 podiums, would love to add another to extend his championship lead. Of course, drop rounds still to come into play in that, of course. But if you keep winning, there's not much your opponent can do. And Michael Darcy is behind Jack Harper. Harper, who races both a Rotax and an IAME, is under an awful lot of pressure here, and Dawson Jones is right behind as well. And Dawson Jones in the 143, not able to go for the move so far. They head for the bump of the hairpin, and now Michael Darcy has a run on the race leader, and so close between the top 2. But this is a great fight already here in Micromax, and the new stars of Rotax Micromax coming to the fore here in the opening heat at Boy, and it's a defensive showing from your race leader. There goes Dawson Jones and Michael Darcy. They'll be side by side for the final chicane, and in for the left and the right. Michael Darcy does just remain in front down towards the start finish line, but 3 minutes to go. It's going to be a long way for Jack Harper to defend it, and he's already under pressure from Darcy once again. Darcy pushing him through the corners, a move around the outside, not on there as they head through in front of our broadcast position down towards the hairpin, and it is Dawson Jones who's once again putting the pressure on Darcy, and Darcy, big dive down the inside, blocks him off at the apex, but Jack Harper able for the switchback. It is of course a right-hander coming up next, meaning Jack Harper will have the inside, and that's a great fight between the two. But Michael Darcy back down the inside, and that time it's a lot better for Michael Darcy, who comes out on top. But once again Jack Harper finds a way to get back in front, and it's all swapping and changing at the front. They're almost sharing bumpers at this point. Jack Harper remains in the race lead for the chicane. This is a very impressive defensive performance so far by the leader, but is that Michael Darcy who snuck through? No, it's not. Dawson Jones is putting Michael Darcy under a lot of pressure now in through the opening couple of corners, and Dawson Jones maybe fancies his chances here from Scarva, County Down. Looking to send one down the inside, but not quite able to make it move, and they're side by side on the exit once again. Michael Darcy just getting a much better run for the hairpin every time, and that is the prime overtaking opportunity here in this circuit, followed by this corner. But Jack Harper able to defend that one very well. Now they're side by side, they're free wide, and Dawson Jones is able to sneak through. Harper from first to third in the blink of an eye, and it's Michael Darcy who leads in Rotax Micromax, the opening heat of the day, and Dawson Jones is trying to sneak his way back through. Ollie McKiernan has been putting in fastest laps left, right and centre to try and catch this top three who were fighting, and immediately he is with them and looking to become a threat, but Michael Darcy seems to have the outright pace here. Dawson Jones will try and change that, but that's not a good line from Dawson Jones, and that may allow Jack Harper to come back through. He's been given a black and white flag. And little clip off the curb. Not the friendliest of curbs here at Boy. There's not many corners you want to run over them in. Maybe as it gets wetter, but it's relatively dry conditions out on track now. Certainly not fully dry, but I can't imagine they'll be on wets either. Now battle for third. This is Harper and McKiernan. As check or white flag will be this lap. Not that we get white flags, we get last lap boards. That's very American. But white or last lap board will be shown this time. It was looking good for Michael Darcy. Took him a handful of laps to get past Jack Harper, but once he did, he's put in the work and he's extended a little bit of a gap over Dawson Jones. But Jones has had a good lap here. And last lap board is at the ready as they head into the first corner. Can Dawson Jones maybe chuck one up the inside? Second in the championship is Jones, so it's your championship leader in second place fighting for the opening heat win here. And Dawson Jones is going to look for it down the inside. No move on there. Darcy had the momentum, and Michael Darcy will remain at the front of this order. Harper still under a lot of pressure from Ollie McKiernan, who cannot find a way through just yet. And they may remain as they are as overtaking opportunities are running out, but Dawson Jones may have one last look, and it's very defensive from Michael Darcy, as it should be for the final corner. Just the chicane to go, and Michael Darcy had to get all elbows out to win this one, but he will take it, and it will be Dawson Jones in second, Jack Harper in third, Ollie McKiernan in fourth, Harry Tyley comes home in fifth ahead of Ben Daly in sixth. And there'll be Robbie Lyons in seventh, Matthew Peterson in eighth ahead of Cooper Javant and Ben Nicholson to round out the order. What a great fight, great way to open the day, and Michael Darcy is on top in Rotax Micromax. Hopefully the rest of our Rotax classes can entertain in that fashion, and we will test that theory with Minimax coming up in a few moments. So first heat of Rotax Minimax now, and what an entry of Rotax Minimax runners we have here this weekend. And we'll run you through the field very quickly. It's Freddie Turkington alongside Mitchell Campton on the front row, then Connor Keown, Ollie Meredith, Jude Devant, Isaac Ford, Ethan Robinson, Danny Murphy, Jack Miller, Corey Lyons, Evan Peterson, Lewis Hazlitt, Ben Lalu, Harley Bruton, Evan McCloughery, Elliot Greenough and Dylan Murphy down the back of the order. So keep an eye on Turkington on the inside, Campton on the outside, then Keoghan and Meredith as we're slowing right down for the chicane. And down towards the tram lines comes Freddie Turkington and Mitchell Campton, and it's a good start for Mitchell Campton, and he'll lead into the first corner. Freddie Turkington caught out immediately at the race start as they're heading down through turn number 1 and turn number 2 now. And there's Ollie Meredith in fourth, looking to try and get past Conor Keoghan in towards the hairpin, but it is Mitchell Campton who leads here in Minimax in the very opening stages, and Ollie Meredith is through and into third place. Championship leader Ollie Meredith with 3 wins so far this season in a very impressive showing for Ollie. And we're all bunched up a little bit further back, and that's some problems for the 206 of Conor Keoghan, who falls down the order here. He started on the second row, but he's a little bit further back down than that now as they cross the timing beam for the first time, and it is Mitchell Campton who leads ahead of Ollie Meredith in second. Then it's Freddie Turkington, Ethan Robinson, Jack Miller, Jude Duvant, Lewis Hazlitt, Corey Lyons, Harley Bruton and Isaac Ford, your top 10. Campton off and away at the front by 0.8 of a second, but Ollie Meredith will be chasing him down very, very quickly. Just returning from Le Mans, where Ollie raced in the RMC International Trophy, and what a strong showing it was. He was fourth in the superheat, but had some bad luck in the final, but was rightly mentioned as one of the star performers of the weekend. And Ollie has just been the dominant force in Minimax racing this year, and he is right on the tail of Lewis Hazlitt or Mitchell Campton, and he's ahead and through, but it looks like Ethan Robinson snuck through as well, and he has. So Robinson is in second place. Jack Miller is right on the tail of Mitchell Campton now, but Ethan Robinson is right on the tail of Ollie Meredith, and there was a look down the inside, but he didn't quite get the overlap, so Meredith was just able to chop him off and stay in the race lead, and Ethan Robinson not quite able to get past just yet. Jack Miller is now ahead of Mitchell Campton. So first to fourth on the second lap of proceedings here in at Boy for Mitchell Campton. Very bad luck. 9th in the championship for Campton though, so steady points is really what he's after to improve his championship position leaving County Meath. So it's Meredith, Robinson, Miller, Campton, Devant, Lyons, Hazlitt, Bruton, Murphy, McCloughery. 2 Murphys in the field, Danny and Dylan. As this is the fight for the race lead once again between Oliver Meredith and Ethan Robinson. Robinson to the outside. Cannot quite find a way through. So Ollie Meredith still under an awful lot of pressure from O-Plate winner Ethan Robinson. Racing for DMS. 1 win, 2 podiums last season. So far, 1 win, 2 podiums this season for Ethan Robinson. An O-Plate winner, an IGP winner. A lot of karting experience aboard this young man's machine as they head down to the first corner. With 2 minutes to go, it's the fastest lap for Ollie Meredith, but was beaten instantly by Ethan Robinson, both lapping in the 43.1s. Robinson very good for the first sector, turns 1 and 2, but cannot quite get close enough into the hairpin. A reckless lunge down the inside could ruin both of their afternoons. It's not the type of thing a front runner wants to be doing in heat number 1. You'd almost be better finishing second with a kart that is consisting of all its components rather than causing damage going for a reckless lunge for what would only be a handful of extra points. The big points come in the final, and you want to be in the show. Meredith now takes the fastest lap with 1.5 minutes to go here in Athboy for the first heat of our Mini Maxes. Micro Max was an all-round scrap for the win, but it's a two-horse race at the front as Danny Murphy able to get past Lewis Hazlitt last lap round. Danny Murphy on a good podium streak, en route to second in the championship. As now Meredith starting to show his class and stretch his legs a little bit. It's another fastest lap of the race. That time he was a tenth of a second quicker than what Ethan Robinson could produce. That's a lot around a fairly short track, 973 metres to be precise, this Attaboy karting track. And it really is a driver's facility here. Not the smoothest surface, not the nicest curbs, but a circuit that will test you and punish you if you're not on top of it. And there'll be two more trips round it for your race leader, Ollie Meredith. As this is the battle a little bit further back. That's Jack Miller who was fighting, and Miller and Murphy side by side, and there's contact made, and almost one gone round. Did very well to hold it, and Corey Lyons was able to sneak his way through. Lyons did make contact with Danny Murphy, I think it was, but they all remained somehow pointing the right direction. Could have been a nasty one, but was very well held by the driver, who was quite literally bounced off. But it is the last lap here. Ollie Meredith is gone with the wind at the front. Jude Duvant is looking to just hold on to third place here. There you can see him, he's being chased down by the chasing peloton. It's Jack Miller who is leading it, then Corey Lyons, Danny Murphy, Evan McCloughery and Lewis Hazlitt. And Evan McCloughery in amongst this fight now as well. We have one out, unfortunately, of this race, and that is your pole sitter Mitchell Campton. It is from hero to zero, I'm afraid, in heat number one, but Ollie Meredith, championship leader, will take the opening win here on Rotax Mini Max, and a great win for Ollie Meredith as he takes the checkered flag. Ethan Robinson comes home in second, and it will be Corey Lyons who'll come home in third, gaining the podium place on the last lap. Danny Murphy in fourth. Then it's Evan Cloghery, Jude Duvant. Jack Miller dropped down to eighth there in amongst that fight. So it's Meredith, Robinson, Lyons, your podium. Murphy, McCloughery, Duvant, Hazlitt, Miller, Lalu and Brereton, your top 10. Then it's Conor Keown, Isaac Ford, Dylan Murphy, Freddie Turkington, Evan Peterson and Elliot Greenough, your top 16, with unfortunately one non-finish, and that belongs to Mitchell Campton. So first heat of Minimax has been completed. Just a small bit of kart recovery, folks, to get Mitchell Campton ashore. And then we will have the first heat of Junior Max coming up very shortly. So our third heat of the day is on their warm-up lap, and that is the Rotax Junior Max class. On pole position, just like it was in Mini-Max, is a Mitchell, and it's Mitchell Elliott this time round, alongside Wesley Brereton of 4B Racing, Ethan Barnwell and Charlie Condy on the second row. Then it's Liam O'Hagan alongside TJ McKay, Sam McHugh, Fionn English, Brogan McDonald, Zach Battersby, Jesse Ray McCauley, Ian Murphy, and Matthew DC. So Mitchell Elliott alongside Wesley Brereton on the front row. Brereton won podium this year, but Elliott higher in the championship. Could be a good fight towards the first corner. This one, the outside, has been the ones getting the run so far, and it seems that way as well, as Wesley Brereton is into the race lead already in Rotax Junior Max, and we've one spinner at the opening corner. They've not made it through, but it is 4B's Wesley Brereton who leads Charlie Condy down towards the hairpin, the O-plate runner in the Rotax racing suit, up to second place on his Sodi car chassis. But good start from Wesley Brereton to lead into the first corner, meaning he will lead the remainder of the opening lap, you would imagine. But Charlie Condy has been oh so quick at this circuit. Won the IRL plate here last year, didn't do the championship season, but did win the IRL. He's done the championship this season. He's done the move on Wesley Brereton, and he's into the race lead very early on, is Charlie Condy. And it seems like it's going to take an awful lot to stop him this weekend. And already the rest of the Junior Max field is finding that quite difficult. 6 minutes plus 1 lap to go, and already Charlie Condy is off and away. So Condy leads Brereton ahead of TJ McKay, who's up to third. Then it's Ethan Barnwell. Mitchell Elliott fell down to fifth on that opening lap. Brogan McDonald and Zach Battersby both gaining a position. Zach Battersby in a brand new Oran Henry racing cart after a bad accident in White River Park, but that's not the momentum that Zach Battersby comes into this weekend with. He was second place last weekend in the T4 Euro Cup, so Battersby and Brogan McDonald will be looking to cut through the field down the back. But for now, it's good night from Charlie Condy, who's miles in front already in this Junior Max race. TJ McKay was looking for the move on Wesley Brereton, but could not find a way through. And the 4B Racing man, 3-1-4, staying in front here. And now TJ McKay will look for the move down the inside, but Brereton is wise to that one and has been around karting paddocks for a number of years now, and very much knew what was going to happen there, and that was McKay lunge down the inside and run a little bit wide, so Wesley Brereton was able to pull off the switchback. As now we're still looking at the fight for second here in Rotax Junior Max with 4 minutes to go. And it is Wesley Brereton being chased by TJ McKay. Ethan Barnwell is behind them. And now down the inside goes TJ McKay, but it's the same result as the last overtaking opportunity. And Wesley Brereton is just playing this one to perfection so far. It's forcing McKay under pressure now from Ethan Barnwell, and TJ McKay knows that attack is well and truly the best form of defence in Rotax heats. You've got to just get all elbows out, and he's on the bumper now off Brereton down towards the right-hander. Here he goes, outside line for TJ McKay. He's trying something different, which is great to see. It's adaptation from TJ McKay, but Ethan Barnwell is with them now, and Barnwell may well try to take both these positions. The only round last year that Ethan Barnwell did in Junior Max was here in that boy, and McKay once again, no is the answer to that overtake attempt, and Ethan Barnwell is right on the tail of these two. The shortest of the three runners, Barnwell at the back. One of the youngest in the field. Down towards the hairpin. Can TJ McKay go for it? He has to go for it. Down the inside goes TJ McKay. And that time it's worked out a little bit better, has it? No. Brereton able to get through. And Ethan Barnwell was not. Here comes TJ McKay. Still cannot find a way through. All over the bumper of Wesley Brereton. But Brereton's making it as wide as a London bus. And now, oh, there's contact between the pair. And it is still no joy for TJ McKay. Down towards the hairpin they go once again. TJ McKay back down the inside. It is a carbon copy of the last lap, and Wesley Brereton is able to get through once again. It's just switchback central from Wesley Brereton. Just gets it stopped early, lets McKay lunge it, and gets it back down the inside. But this is a much better attempt from TJ McKay, and that time it might well work out, and that time it has. TJ McKay finally into second place here in this one. At long last. He was a lot more precise on the apex of the corner this time round. And the Cosmic Kart runner is finally into second place. And there goes Ethan Barnwell now. He's had a late lunge down the inside of Wesley Brereton. Tried a different tactic to McKay. Showed his cards a lot later. Yeah, but still the same result that McKay found for a numerous number of laps. And that was not being able to get past. We do have a different race leader. This is not the fight for the lead, of course. Charlie Condy's miles in front. As you can see him head down to turn number 1. That's actually lap traffic he's starting to cut into, Charlie Condy. At ease here in Athboy. He will get 2 more laps in. Charlie Condy. If he wasn't leading by so much, he probably would only have 1 left. But because it's such a dominant lead from Charlie, oh, will he get another lap in? He's coming to just about get one. No last lap board shown. So 2 more laps for Charlie Condy. 2 more laps here in Junior Max. So it's McKay, Brereton and Barnwell still. TJ McKay has put the hammer down a little bit once he got past Wesley Brereton, so Brereton not able to get back past. But there's your leader, Charlie Condy from Ballygalway. First in the championship with 2 wins and 2 podiums. He's raced from Bambino all the way up through Honda Cadet into Junior Max. What a pilot Charlie Condy is, and what a race this has been, and he is going to be tough to beat here today in Athboy. It's a dominant showing in heat number 1 for Condy, who comes round for the final corner to take the checkered flag here in Athboy. And he will be followed by TJ McKay in second position, Wesley Brereton in third out of Ethan Barnwell in fourth, and Liam O'Hagan in fifth out of Mitchell Elliott in sixth. Zach Battersby coming home in seventh out of Brogan McDonald, Fionn English, Sam McHugh. Then it will be Ian Murphy and Matthew DC to round out the Junior Max heat. Of course, it's shuffle up grids for Rotax. You start 1 near the front, 1 in the middle, 1 near the back. So Condy does have plenty of difficult tasks on his hands to get a successful starting position for the final. But our first heat of Senior Max coming up now. And this was a very interesting practice for Senior Max this morning. It was a lot slippier out on track, but it was actually the 177 drivers who are also racing in this who were actually the quicker So it'll be interesting to see how this first heat plays out. But Senior Max and Senior Max 177 combined coming up very shortly. So now it's time for Senior Max. Ewan Miller will start on pole position for this one. Ewan off the back of a UKC win. And looking for a good result here. Now just going to run you through the grid very quickly, folks. Apologies, took me a second to get it up on the screen. It is Ewan Miller on pole. Then it's Charlie Gardner, Noah Taylor, Josh McDonnell. Then it is Bolster, Connolly, McDermott, McMahon, Leckie, Bevan, Burke, Cooney, Quinn, Spillane, Kernahan and Mooney. And Ewan Miller leads Noah Taylor in for the first corner. And Ewan Miller is going to remain in the race lead. And in 177, Mark Shields and Dowdall off the front row. They're in for the first corner now. But it is still Ewan Miller at the front of this one, and we have one pulled off actually. And one of the DMS carts is off for the first corner, but still Ewan Miller who leads Noah Taylor. It's down to T1. Noah Taylor tried to move on the inside. Dylan McDermott in third ahead of Joseph McMahon. In fourth, it was Robert Bolster, who unfortunately seems to have had some sort of mechanical. You can see his cart in the barriers there to the right-hand side. But Horan Henry's Ewan Miller in the lead of this one. Then it's Taylor. Then it is Dylan McDermott, your O-Plate winner from Cork in the Rotax racing suit. And now McDermott down the inside, as easy as you like on Noah Taylor. We've gone full course yellow here. So race neutralised. In terms of 177, it's Mark Shields who's in the lead ahead of Sean Spratt in second position. But McDermott now in the race lead. So McDermott passed Miller as well. Not sure if that, I think that one could have been done under yellow, so McDermott may have to hand that one back. As we've someone off at the, we've two off by the looks of things at T3. Yeah, Charlie Gardner's gone from this race as well, and the 177 drivers are the quicker here. Rather interestingly, fastest lap of the entire field belongs to Sean Spratt in 177. We remain under full yellows. And yeah, McDermott has handed back first, and he's handed back second as well. The move on Taylor was fine. He got that one done before full course yellows. But he's handed it back anyways. I suppose you can never be too safe, and McDermott fancies his chances with his pace here anyways, so. Backing up the entire field, that's Charlie Gardner's cart that's gone off. So Gardner, another DMS man. And Robert Bolster, both off on the first lap. Are we getting ready to go green flag here? No, we're still under full course yellow. So Miller, Taylor, McDermott, your order ahead of McMahon, Connolly, Kernahan, Leckie. Then it's Cooney, Burke, McDonnell, your top 10, and they're all together. It'll be a single file restart. And it will be once they come round to the checkered flag, or will we call it in the middle of the lap? The marshal at the flag stand has the green flag at the ready anyway, so we will be going racing very shortly. How will Ewan Miller control the restart here? Taylor in second. Then it's McDermott. As soon as Ewan Miller sees that green flag, he's going to put the foot to the floor here, exiting the final corner, and now they go, and green flag, we go racing once again, and Dylan McDermott immediately down the inside, in through turn number 1, and that is a brilliant move by the Roscommon man, up to second position, and immediately hunting down Ewan Miller at the front of this field. Miller goes defensive, in for the hairpin. Senses the threat from Dylan McDermott very early on here. Joseph McMahon was not able to get past Noah Taylor. Reuben Kernahan is in amongst it as well, last year's champion. And McMahon now down the inside. He's ahead of Noah Taylor. McDermott is trying to get past Ewan Miller, but now there's not a gap. Is there a gap? Yes, there is. Oh, that is just precise and perfect from Dylan McDermott to take the race lead. Parked it on the apex, slowed it right down. Miller needed to back off, and that is Dylan McDermott now in the race lead with 1:50 to go. And his rival from last year, his rival from this year, Reuben Kernahan, is up to third position and chasing down Ewan Miller at the front of this field. It's not a track Ewan may have raced as much as Dylan McDermott, but himself and Kernahan, I imagine, will be on equal footing, both racing north of the border. And Reuben Kernahan is ahead of Ewan Miller, and Joseph McMahon could well get past Ewan Miller as well. So new order is McDermott, Kernahan, Miller, McMahon, Leckie. Zach Leckie on a strong run of form. Could have well taken a win here in Athboy last year, but had an absolute mare and had a handful of spins. That handed the IRL plate to Reuben Kernahan last year. En route to his championship win. Dylan McDermott gone at the front of this one. Second final lap here at Boy for Senior Max. An interrupted Senior Max opening heat after a full course yellow for 2 mechanical failures. Moving up the order in 177 is Ben McDowell, who is now in the 177 heat lead ahead of Mark Shields, but it's all fairly single file in Senior Max 177. So Noah Taylor getting past Ewan Miller now. Started first and third in this heat. As Sean Cooney has dropped 4 positions. He's now down to 10th in this one. So checkered flag awaits Dylan McDermott. Once he got the moves made on the restart, was dominant at the front. Reuben Kernahan chasing him down in the last couple of laps, but Too little, too late, and Dylan McDermott will take the checkered flag and take the opening heat win here in Senior Max. Ruben Kernahan will come home in second, and it'll be Joseph McMahon on the podium ahead of Noah Taylor. Ewan Miller, good race from Keith Burke, who takes 6th for OHR. Zach Leckie in 7th, and Carter Mooney in 8th position. Disappointing for Carter, but he just runs consistent in the heats and then has a real go at it in the final. Ben Connolly in 9th out of Sean Cooney. Lincoln Bevan in 10th, and Lincoln Bevan in 11th, I should say, ahead of Josh McDonald. And it's Daniel Spillane, Ben McDowell, Mark Shields, Mark Quinn, Sean Spratt ahead of Pádraig Dowdall, Anthony O'Connell, Liam Cairns. So that is Ben McDowell, your 177 winner. And congratulations to Ben on that. But that is our first rotation of Rotax heats completed. We return to IAME action, qualifying earlier this morning, of course. For our IAME cadets went to Jack Harney, so he'll start on pole alongside Ada O'Brien in a few minutes, folks. So a free tyre for one of our Motorsport Ireland scrutineers as they head back to the paddock. And the carts should be unleashed now for our IAME Cadet opening heat in a few moments' time. Our IAME Cadets now heading to circuit. Jack Harney on pole position alongside championship leader Ada O'Brien. Then it's Matej Dabija, Tucker Frayne, Sam McCullough, Ryan Spratt, Nicholas Yodosius, Daniel Crowe, Joey Waters, Tiernan O'Brien, Will Larkham and Killian O'Sullivan. Your running order for this opening IAME Cadet heat. Should be a good race, this one. Towards the chicane and the tram lines now. Jack Harney running the O-plate. Ada O'Brien, 6:10 on the outside as now we go racing in IAME Cadet, and it's a great start from Matej Dabija, the third place runner, who's already up and ahead of Ada O'Brien, but they'll be side by side exiting turn number 1 and 2, and Ada O'Brien will not give up this position easily, and there she is, remains in second, and it is Jack Harney who's in the lead of the race by quite a margin now. He's been practicing his craft and his tillets in the last few weeks, but back out in IAME Cadet and putting on a show so far. Ada O'Brien ahead of Matej Dabija. Dabija with a podium in the third round of the championship. His only time on the rostrum so far this year. Yellow flags are out in the first sector. And it is Ryan Spratt who has gone off. There he is. Stuck in the grass in the first corner. But the green flag waves from Marshall Post 3. Speaking of Tillotson, it's Tillotson race winner Robert Butler who's on that Marshall's post this weekend. So we've two going slowly, and there is Will Larkham, sorry. So Ryan Spratt did drop down the order, but that's Will Larkham who was stuck in the first corner. So Spratt down to 10th, Larkham in 11th. I think Ryan Spratt is still running. It was just a case of he lost the positions rather than had an issue. Yeah, but when you see someone drop down the timing order, you assume the worst. So still Jack Harney in the race lead, but Ada O'Brien has caught right back up to him now, and it's another fastest lap of the race for Ada O'Brien. She was 0.3 of a second quicker than Jack Harney on the last lap. Daniel Crowe, good last lap from Daniel. Soars through the field and he's up 3 places to 5th on that last lap. Daniel Crowe, number 616, took the win in Kiltorkin in this championship season, but sits 5th in the championship. He's a novice in the field, one of 4 novices, himself, Sam McCullough, Joey Waters, 5 novices, sorry, Tiernan O'Brien and Will Larkham. Well, Sam McCullough actually the leader of the novices, but Daniel Crowe is right behind and chasing. Matej Dabija's not out of this one yet. You can see him there in third, keeping relatively with the front two, and if Harney and O'Brien start fighting, Matej Dabija could well be involved in this scrap. Under 4 minutes plus a lap to go now. It's a 7-minute plus 1 overall heat. Longer IAME heats than Rotax ones, of course. Solely due to the fact that they get less heats. So the time made up on that end. Harney was on pole by 0.2 this morning, but the track is a lot drier now, and that clearly suiting Ada O'Brien. It's a 21-degree track temperature, a lot warmer than where it was this morning at a roughly 16-17. But Ada O'Brien, the chasing driver, she's 2 wins this season, leading the championship. And a best result of 7th in 2025 in any final, so it's a big jump for O'Brien, but the pace is most certainly there, and you can see she's starting to look for an overtake on Jack Harney. down towards the hairpin. Here goes Ada O'Brien down the inside, and that one is not complete just yet. And Jack Harney has a little bit of an overlap, but O'Brien's going to try and hang it around the outside. Very difficult to do so, but it will be rewarded with the inside for the next hairpin. And Ada O'Brien, no, has not quite taken the race lead. And it is Jack Harney who remains in front. And Harney will keep the lead for now. So it's still Harney in the race lead. Sam McCullough is up to third. Problems for Mate Dabaja. You saw a stranded cart just off the hairpin at turn number 3. That unfortunately belongs to Dabaja, the Norris Kerry Motorsport driver. Very disappointing for Mate. So your podium as it stands in this opening heat is Jack Harney, Ada O'Brien, and now Sam McCullough. But it's a 2-horse race up the front. That yellow flag is really going to impact Ada O'Brien, because it seems like her best overtaking opportunity is into the hairpin. Gets a great run out of the first corner, and then unfortunately doesn't or isn't able to overtake in the hairpin, I should say. Less than a minute on the clock. There'll be 2 more trips round. Or it could be 3 more around that boy. Yep, looks like we will have 3 more just by the skin of our teeth. Jack Harney set the fastest lap on the last lap. Raced in the IAME Warrior Finals in 2025, did Jack Harney. A race winner in Tillotson this year, but has not stood on the top of the podium in IAME. 3 podiums to his name though, so he's been on it plenty of times. So it looks like yellows have been removed from the hairpin. That's great news if you're Ada O'Brien, because she can now go for an overtake into that corner. But she'll go for one now. Big lunge down the inside from Ada O'Brien. Has that one worked out? Oh, not quite. Jack Harney still on the outside and shows Ada O'Brien the door, but O'Brien is through and has got it done. Beautiful move into the second hairpin. Caught Jack Harney napping, and Harney now has to respond. In Tillotson, Harney's had many a last lap fight with Harley Brereton. Now has a last lap fight here in that boy with Ada O'Brien down towards the hairpin. Jack Harney right on the bumper of the 610 in front. Yellows have been removed. Harney not able to go down the inside all the same, and will maybe wait for the same corner that Ada O'Brien got the move done on him. But Jack Harney is trailing now, and he's not close enough for an overtake attempt into this corner. It will have to be the next hairpin if it's going to be any, but it looks like Ada O'Brien has a cart length advantage, and yes she does. She'll be A-OK in this one, as there'll be no move into the chicane on the cards, and Ada O'Brien waited until the second final lap to take the race lead, but it will be a Heat 1 win for the second place on the grid runner. And Jack Harney unfortunately losing it on the penultimate lap of action here in that boy. Joey Waters was Joey Waters has lost 3 places on the last lap, so Daniel Crowe will take third. Nicholas Yodisios in 4th, Sam McCullough in 5th, and Joey Waters in 6th. Then it'll be Rian Spratt in 7th, Tiernan O'Brien in 8th, Will Larkham in 9th. Non-finishes for Mate Dabaja and Tucker Frayne, and IAME Cadet turned out to be a race of attrition. but one that was won by Ada O'Brien. So great first heat in IAME Cadets. It's IAME X30 Junior up next, and this is bound to be an entertaining one. Danny Dempsey on pole. So engines starting to rev now for our IAME X30 Juniors. Danny Dempsey on pole alongside John Foley Jr. It's Jack McLaughlin in third, Ben McCloughery in fourth. Then it is Blair, McLaughlin, Carey, McCullough, Purvis, Lehman, Murphy, Kelly, Burke, Shannon, Carney, Miller, Mulvey, Hayes, Nolan, Hughes, Campbell, Conley, Buckley, and then it is Danny Mulvey to round out the order. Now, interesting news is there is droplets of rain in the air. Will that have an effect as they head down the tram lines, down towards the first corner? And 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 5 round in the back, and it is already chaos here at the start. And I don't even think we went green. No, we didn't even go green. And they still all went off. It was a wave around We've had 4 spinners, 5 spinners in a race that didn't even start. Folks, Motorsport Ireland karting might be the greatest thing in the world. There's a few of them battling. We're not racing, folks. And there's carnage at the hairpin. We are not racing. Johnny Quigley, clerk of the course. Clerk of the course is going to have a lot of words for these junior drivers. So Danny Dempsey on pole, John Foley alongside him, and then who knows, as now we finally go racing, and Danny Dempsey leads us into the first corner. Or does he? That doesn't look to be Danny Dempsey, as they're all shuffled up by the looks of things. This is chaos at the start of Junior X30. And now we're finally green flag down towards the hairpin. It looks like it's McLaughlin who's in the race lead, as the whole field is shuffled up. There's some chasing for the first corner as we head down to the hairpin. Even the timing screen has no idea who's where, which is just goes to show how chaotic the start of this Junior X30 heat has been. I've never seen anything like that. 4 cars spinning in what was a waved off start, although it was very confusing. The board didn't say waved off, the lights just didn't start. It is Jack McLaughlin though who was in the race lead, and Danny Dempsey is not here, so the pole sitter has had a disaster somewhere, and it seems like the conditions may have caught out a few of our drivers. Ben McClory is in second, championship leader. Then it's Charlie Blair in third, but there goes Jack McLaughlin. He's had a fairly smooth start. Ben McClory 7.31 is behind him in what looks, I wonder, is that a new chassis? New helmet, new chassis from McClory. Certainly something seems to have changed there, but nothing's changed pace-wise. He is in second position. Near at the front. Senan McLaughlin then chasing Charlie Blair in fourth. Senan another successful weekend at the Euro Cup last weekend in Kiltorkin, but as far as successful goes, Senan McLaughlin is the benchmark for that. He won all 5 races in T4 Junior, and he's back battling up the front here at IAME, chasing after Charlie Blair in third position. So Danny Dempsey is out on track. He's in 10th position now, your pole sitter, in what was right confusion at the start of this race. And I'd love to say I know what was happening, but I certainly didn't. But we're back on the straight and narrow now, it seems, with 5 minutes to go, with Jack McLaughlin in the race lead. Senan McLaughlin, his namesake, is up to third now. Ian Carey is in fourth, and it's Charlie Blair in fifth. And now back down the inside goes Ian Carey on Senan McLaughlin, and Ian Carey is ahead, and Charlie Blair is looking for this one as well. So young Ian Carey, who has really been one of the standout performers in X30 Junior this season, is up and onto the podium places ahead of Senan McLaughlin, as the rain is now starting to come down even further. Fastest lap belongs to John Foley Jr. himself, and Danny Dempsey looking to cut through the field. But it is McLaughlin, McClory, Carey. Then it's the other McLaughlin, Senan McLaughlin in fourth. Charlie Blair. Chad Lehman finds himself in sixth. In the luminous yellow kart chassis, luminous yellow race suit is Senan McLaughlin, and there's Chad Lehman going for the outside now on Charlie Blair in for the hairpin, but that's not worked, and Cavan Hayes is looking to get involved in that fight, as is Jamie Mulvey, as is John Foley Jr. And Foley Jr. is on an absolute tear here. He was supposed to start on the front row, as was Danny Dempsey, but the kerfuffle at the start seemed to have caused them some problems, and John Foley Jr. is now up ahead of Zach Burke and Jamie Mulvey in 7th position. Danny Dempsey getting one spot up to 10th, not making as much progress. Now here is Senan McLaughlin and Ian Carey side by side. Carey will have the inside line for the next right-hander. McLaughlin not able to hook it around the outside. Little bit of a nudge on the bumper of Ian Carey from Athlon's Senan McLaughlin. 2.5 minutes left in this X30 Junior heat. X30 Senior to come after this, of course, but what a confusing start to the X30 Juniors. If you're just joining us, we had chaos on what was not even the opening lap. It was the wave around. But Jack McLaughlin is leading now. Ian Carey once again has to go defensive. Senna McLaughlin had a look into the chicane, but you've got to be an unbelievably talented racer to pull that one off. Senna McLaughlin is, but it's Charlie Blair who he's fighting with. Apologies, Carey is up the road. And Carey is actually chasing after Ben McCloughery. But Senna McLaughlin with John Foley Jr. now, and John Foley Jr. is ahead. So Foley up into what is now 5th position and chasing after his teammate Charlie Blair. And now here are the two DMS carts starting to fight. It's Foley Jr. who looks on the inside. Big, massive lunge on Charlie Blair. And that one's not going to work out. And he has to shut the door closed so Senna McLaughlin doesn't sneak through as well. Slam shut as there goes Ian Carey ahead of Ben McCloughery. So Carey is now up to 2nd place in this one. And McCloughery's going to have to chase back after it. But it's still Blair, Foley, McLaughlin in the fight for 4th. These are all crucial races for your final starting position in what is a crucial championship weekend in IAME X30 Junior. It's all as they were. Starting the penultimate lap of this heat. And there's a move down the inside on Senna McLaughlin. That's from Zach Burke, who's come from nowhere to get past McLaughlin. McLaughlin falls down the order further, unfortunately. And Zach Burke now finds himself ahead of Senna. The number 708 of Zach Burke, another NCM driver. One podium so far this season. That was in Watergrass Hill. So last lap board is at the ready for Jack McLaughlin, who leads by 0.8 of a second over Ian Carey. Ben McCloughery has just set the fastest lap of the race. As Ian Carey... Oh no, problems! McCloughery's pulled off! Problems for Ben McCloughery. He's gone slow. And from 3rd place, it'll be a non-finish for the championship leader. That will put Charlie Blair on the podium, unless John Foley has something to say about it. But disaster for Ben McCloughery, who will not finish the opening heat in IAME X30 Junior. Checkered flag for Jack McLaughlin. What a drive from Ian Carey to chase after him there. Charlie Blair comes home in 3rd. John Foley Jr. in 4th. Then it's Zach Burke in 5th. Senna McLaughlin in 6th. Danny Dempsey recovers to 7th. Jack Murphy, James Nolan and Jamie Mulvey your top 10. But disaster for Ben McCloughery. Great drive for Sophie Campbell. Finishes 11th from down the back. Declan Purvis in 12th. Then it's Cavan Hayes, Andrew McCullough, Danny Mulvey, Bobby Connolly, Oscar Miller, Martin Shannon, Liam Buckley, Lily Rose Hughes, Ben McCloughery. Non-finishes for Mikey Kelly, Chad Lehman, Joey Carney, Ben McCloughery in 21st as well, of course. So, such a dramatic Junior X30 first heat. They'll be back after the lunch break for the second one and the final. But our attention swiftly moves on to the senior class of IAME racing. IAME X30 Senior. So we'll get X30 Senior started shortly. Just a bit of paddock politics ongoing, as I'm sure you can imagine, after what was a intense and dramatic X30 Junior race, with drama at the start. No problems for Jack McLaughlin though, because it was a dominant win in the end. But we'll be getting X30 Senior starting shortly with Ty Buckley on pole position alongside Sean Hogan. Could be a great weekend this for Hogan, if he plays his cards right. So just a brief hold here, folks. Final bit of kart recovery amongst a plethora of other things ongoing in Athboy, but we will get the IAME X30 Senior first heat started fairly soon. A few of the front of the X30 Junior grid feeling fairly aggrieved after that race start, but that is a matter for the stewards and the officials. Great time to put the kettle on if you were waiting on one, folks. We'll have just another few minutes of a delay, and then we'll get going. Depends how quick your kettle is, really. But if it's any sort of a new one, you should be A-OK in perfect time for a cuppa and a bit of breakfast. Just a little bit of verbal paperwork, I think, is the only way really to describe the sorting out ongoing. But in terms of the drama and tension and all that sort of thing for the X30 senior drivers, it's just got a lot of worse because big shower of rain now over the circuit. So if you're on slicks, you are starting to panic and hoping that COC Johnny Quigley can get all these issues sorted out very quickly to get your heat started. But this track could become wet very quickly, folks. So grab a tea or a coffee and stick with us here on Vantage Point Video, because we have more drama from the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships coming up very shortly. So thanks for waiting with us during that pause, folks, but we do now have X30 senior karts out on track, and yep, track definitely wet. It is raining here in Athboy, and it's Tyke Buckley on pole position with Sean Hogan alongside Michaela Hard in third, Jack Buckley in fourth, then John Norris fifth, Adam Holmes in sixth, Rory O'Connor in 7th, and it's Andre Dabaja in 8th, Aaron Murphy in 9th, Luke Agnew is in 10th, and it's Emer Carey, Ronan Hennessy, Josh Allen, Joel Murphy, Jack Crockwell, Jamie English, Shane Crosby, Daniel Kavanagh and Shane O'Neill. So Buckley and Hogan on the front row. Michaela Hart had an excellent qualifying as well. And then you can't really count out Jack Buckley either. So we're getting an extra warm-up lap here. And oh, there's someone gone off. And that is second place. That's Hogan. They're just trying to get the temperature on the tyres. And oh, is that Dabaja? Is that Andre Dabaja who's pulled off into the grass? It is an NCM driver. They'll be able to keep going if the engine is A-OK. I imagine it was just a spin due to conditions. As you can see, the rain definitely coming down now here in Athboy as Tyke Buckley gets ready to start on pole position. Brennan Tech Racing, 2 wins this year, 2nd in the championship behind his older brother. And he has Sean Hogan alongside him, his teammate. As the field is very spread here, hopefully no further start issues as they all slow up heading towards the tram lines. And now we go racing here in what is a very wet and slippy X30 Senior. And look how slow they are for the first corner. All but Tyke Buckley, who's off and away. And oh, one got off into the wall. It's an NCM kart that's gone. And they're all sliding around here. And it very much looks like it's slick tyres at play, as this is Bambi on ice down towards the hairpin. No one has an ounce of grip here. This is remarkable. Shopping trolley racing here at Athboy. And from all the drama of X30 Junior, this is rather comedic, but still shows the skill of these drivers to get these go-karts around this circuit. And I fear we could have 8 minutes of this. If anyone went for wets, they would be in the lead. I imagine they're all on slicks, as that's your race leader. That's the slowest Tyke Buckley has ever gone and still led the race. Someone is trying, or a few are trying the outside line to try catch some grip, and then a few are trying to avoid running wide. But it is Tyke Buckley who leads Sean Hogan and Jack Buckley. Then John Norris is up to 4th. John Norris using all of his experience there as they dice their way through, and that's John Norris gone up to 3rd now. That's one of your Masters entrants. John Norris with a lot of experience from Selbridge, County Kildare. An IAME Warriors final champion, of course. Has raced across Europe in their Euro series as well, so a lot of experience in conditions like these. Luke Agnew got a flyer. Jamie English got a great start as well, up 8 positions. There's even a Cadet or a Micromax, even a Bambino wouldn't be lapping this slow. We were lapping in the 40s in X30 Junior. We're in the 106s now if you're Tyke Buckley. It'll be a little bit quicker this lap, but still not. Like, look at, they are at a snail's pace to keep these karts on the track. And even still, there's no grip if you're Andre Dabaja, who runs wide, but will remain in 2nd place by the looks of things. A whole lot of power and no grip. Welcome to this race that we now have. Yeah, most of them are on slicks because they're going so slow that we can get a good look from the commentary position in what is usually a very flat left-hander. Like, that tells all of the conditions. And if you are just joining us, this is not the warm-up lap. We are halfway through the opening heat of X30 Senior. And the track is extremely slippy. Of course, we've not had a lot of rain in the last few weeks as well, which means rain like this will bring all the grease and oil to the surface, which certainly won't make... Like, look, that's your race leader. And that's quick for this conditions. Remarkable stuff, and there's a bit of contact between one of the Brennan Tech karts. And I think it was one of his teammates, but it wasn't too disastrous in the end. It's not the best advertisement for Comet, this, but not really getting power down at all. This is fascinating stuff. John Norris back up to third. In a class dominated by Brennan Tech this year, NCM are doing well in these conditions. It's a game of luck, really, this. Fastest lap in this race belongs to John Norris. His other Masters entrant, Shane Crosby, is up to 10th as well. Although it's not like Rotax where 177 start further back. The Masters runners do start within this field. But there is a separate trophy for the winner. Running very wide, just trying to get every ounce of grip possible. And look at that, the slowest overtake you'll ever see in IAME X30. Snaking their way through. And race leader's gone off, but it was just a little touch on the grass, so he can continue on. That's Tyke Buckley, who's in the race leader. Now side by side. A battle on our hands for the first time. I think that's Sean Hogan, who started on the front row and has fallen down to 5th in this one. This is very entertaining. There runs wide and losing 2 positions. I think it's Rory O'Connor. So now it's only 9/10. That's your race leader, and that's Andre Dabaja in second. So whatever extra grip Andre Dabaja has, it's certainly working. Remember, he was in the grass himself on the formation lap. And look at the totally different racing line he's running. Races for, or attends TUD, races for TUD as well. And I cast my eyes back to a trip TUD did at White River Park during, it was a red weather warning in most counties, but Andre was still out in the rentals, and that experience obviously paying dividends here. Because he's setting fastest laps and chasing down the race leader, Tyke Buckley there, finally using the curbs, which will only really be touched in wet weather conditions. It's the same at most circuits in Ireland, to be fair. The wet line would involve using the curbs, same with most circuits around the world, really. And you can see them almost trying to Tony Hawk along that curb, just keep all the grip possible. A minute left in this, which is makes this probably the second final lap. Lap times have improved. It is still raining, but they're obviously just getting more used to the conditions of where the grip is. And wide for Buckley. And it's the slowest wheel-to-wheel fight you will ever get in X30 Senior. But Andre Dabaja is your new race leader. And he just parks it on the curb. This is incredible. Second final lap now. Tyke Buckley crosses the line. 7/10 of a second ahead of Andre Dabuja. But it's not what 7/10 would be in the dry. And Andre Dabuja sideways through the second corner. And they're so slow through T3. It's actually a corner now. It's usually flat out. Wide goes Buckley again. Dabuja has enough grip on the outside. Like, they are pumping the throttle, just trying to get whatever grip they can. Not foot to the floor once around this lap in these conditions. And in through the final hairpin now. One chicane to go to start what will be the slowest last lap fight for a race win in X30 Senior that you may ever see. It's Tyke Buckley versus Andre Dabuja in horrendous weather conditions here in Atboy on slick tyres. And Andre Dabuja and Buckley now side by side heading through. Oh, look at this, it's bumper cart stuff. Dabuja getting pushed off because they're going so slow that it's almost like they're trying to take each other out. They're not, they just have no grip whatsoever around this surface. A track that has not seen rain like this in the guts of 4 weeks. Grease and oil and everything in between coming to the surface. Tyke Buckley runs a little bit wide again, but I think he'll be okay. Andre Dabuja has not had the best of laps, or what could be considered the best of laps in these conditions. But one little mistake, one little misinput from Tyke Buckley and he could well lose this. It's going to be the hardest win he's ever worked for, even if it's probably the slowest. But will they be side by side for the chicane? There's not really enough grip to go side by side at any point of this circuit. And the slowest exit onto the main straight for Tyke Buckley to take the checkered flag ahead of Andre Dabuja. What a strange X30 Senior opening heat that we had here in Atboy. John Norris will come home in third, Jack Buckley in fourth, Luke Agnew in fifth. Then it will be Sean Hogan in sixth ahead of Jamie English in seventh, Rory O'Connor in eighth. Shane Crosby and Jack Crofwell will sneak across the line, ninth and 10th. Wow. What a peculiar few minutes that was. But very entertaining nonetheless. We'll return to, well, hopefully something more normal, but it will be Rotax for their second heats of the afternoon, and then we'll have our lunch break. We are running quite behind schedule, folks, but we'll have Rotax Micromax coming up very shortly on wet tyres, I imagine. So, Rotax Micromax Heat 2 coming up, folks, and it's Ollie McKiernan alongside Ben Daly on the front row. Cooper Devant in third, then it's Michael Darcy in fourth. Great win for Michael earlier on. Ben Nicholson and Robbie Lyons share row 3. Dawson Jones and Harry Lee alongside ahead of Matthew Peterson and Jack Harper, with Ollie Williamson starting in 11th. So McKiernan and Daly in the leading lines coming down towards the first corner, and then Devant and Darcy on row 2. But keep an eye on Dawson Jones as well. Was very quick earlier on, so this should be an entertaining one. So seems like we're going for 2 warm-up laps here for every race, which I think should be the case for every race ever in go-karting, but that's a good decision by the officials to go for that. Let these drivers get a little bit more heat in their tyres, and they are on the wets because they're running quicker than the senior X30s were through the corners. First and potentially only time that Micromax can say that. Oh no, we've one pulled off. And I think it could be Michael Darcy. Which is horrendous bad luck if it is. Certainly there's a couple of shouts of Michael from the spectators area, either eager fans or it is Michael pulled off, but we will find out soon enough, as it's Ollie McKiernan and Ben Daly on the front row down towards the tram lines. McKiernan on the inside, Ben Daly O-plate winner on the outside as they come towards the flag stand. Couple of little nudges as now we go racing here in at Boy, and it is Ollie McKiernan who leads, and one almost sending off, and that is Ben Daly, who's got a beautiful switchback on the outside line as they are pushed off and won't be continuing as they head through T2, and it is Ben Daly in the race lead, and someone going off, I think it was Matthew Peterson, but he's able to continue. Just a little bit of a nick of the grass, which no harm, no foul as we continue on. Exiting the hairpin, it is Daly in the race lead. That's Cooper Devant. Or is it Devant? No, that's Robbie Lyons who's up to second. So what a start from Robbie Lyons from 6th position. His older brother always very good in these conditions. And Robbie clearly following in the family's footsteps. As down through the chicane they come. It is Ollie McKiernan who is ahead now. So Ollie McKiernan is... Oh, is that a little bit wide of the first corner for Robbie Lyons? And he's at a spin. Disappointing for the second place runner. McKiernan still in front then. Ben Daly now in second. So it was McKiernan who stayed in front of Ben Daly, not vice versa. But Ben Daly back up to second after that moment for Robbie Lyons. He was able to get past Dawson Jones and Cooper Devant as well, the O-plate runner from County Cork. Harry Lee working his way through the field as well. Oren Henry Racing Kart with the IGP plates on. As they come round to complete the... another spinner. Oh no, is that... No, it's not Lee. It is Jack Harper, unfortunately. So Harper, who ran so strong in the first race, a very good defensive showing. Just having a spin there, but look, these are treacherous conditions for Micromax Racing, even with the wet tyres on. And now that is Harry Lee, who was trying to get past Dawson Jones. And Ben Nicholson has gone off into the grass at turn 3, and there goes Harry Lee, he's through. So Lee is up and past Dawson Jones. As there is Nicholson continuing, had a spin, able to continue, kept the motor fired. This is the fight for second place we're looking at now. Ben Daly, or is that the fight for first actually? That's Ollie McKiernan he's got past, isn't it? So Ben Daly is now into the race lead. It was Dawson Jones who he was fighting with, but he's turned a screw, and Ben Daly now your new race leader here in Rotax Micro Max. Had a very consistent 2025, was 7th in the championship but had 4 6th place finishes. He won the O Plate and has had a very strong year so far with a win in Kiltorcan. The O Plate, of course, a non-championship points round, as I believe the IRL will be as well. Of course, Rotax heading up to join the IGP grid as well as a RMC round, so that'll be a cracking weekend in Nuts Corner. But our attention staying here on Athboy for the time being, the second heat of the Micromax, and it is Ben Daly who was out in front with Ollie McKiernan in second place, but this race is not over, as one little mistake could cost you in these conditions. McKiernan second, Ty Lee third, Jones in fourth, and it's Jack Harper in fifth, Robbie Lyons in sixth, and Cooper Devant Ben Nicholson is in 8th position. Ollie McKiernan running in second, a very steady second position. Hasn't stood on the podium this year. From Portadown, he was 6th in the championship last year. Started racing, however, on a Yamaha quad rather than a Rotax kart, and moved to Ninja karts. We've quite a few young Ninja kart youngsters here this weekend, especially in Mini Max. Doing an excellent job is Ollie McKiernan, but unfortunately not as quick as Ben Daly, it seems, in these conditions. So 2 more laps around that buoy for these Micromax racers. They're just lapping under the minute mark. Fastest lap in this one belongs to Ben Daly with a 56.4. Rain has eased ever so slightly, but the track is still very, very damp, and there wouldn't have been much of a dry line put down by Senior X30 because none of them ran the same racing line twice by the looks of things. All over the place. That one was because of the slick tyres. Third place, Harry Ty Lee. 3rd in the championship last season. 1 win, stood on the podium 4 times in what was an insane season between himself, Jaden McElhenney, and Corey Lyons. Corey and Jaden advancing up to Mini Max. Harry will be joining them soon, I imagine. Has raced across the pond in PFI, one of the finest karting facilities in the world. A man of very few words. But here's Ben Daly, your race leader. O-Plate winner in his LCX Visuals designed Rotax suit. Of course, of Daily Motorsports. This has been a really strong showing from Ben Daly, who most certainly has race win ambitions later on this afternoon, no matter the conditions. In through the hairpin, just the chicane to go in the second heat of the Micro Maxes, and it is all good news for Ben Daly, who's going to take the win by almost 3 seconds in the second heat, ahead of Ollie McKiernan. It was a great drive for Ollie, but unfortunately Ben just on another level. Harry Ty Lee comes home in 3rd. He was chasing down McKiernan in the latter stages of that one. In fourth, Dawson Jones, another strong showing. Good position for the final coming up for Dawson Jones. Jack Harper recovered well, and he is going to... Is he going to come home in fifth position? He is. As Cooper Devant pips Robbie Lyons right in the line, and Robbie actually spun as he came across the line, but race over Ben Nicholson. Then in eighth with non-finishes for Michael Darcy and Matthew Peterson. Disappointing that we couldn't get to see what Michael could do in these conditions. But that's racing, I'm afraid. Minimax coming up very shortly. Domination from Ollie Meredith earlier on this morning. Usually a good driver in wet conditions, but we'll see what he's made of here in that boy. So just a bit more kart recovery, folks, and then we will have Rotax Minimax coming up very soon. Just a few breakdowns as our recovery flatbed gets back into position. the second of our Rotax Minimax heats. We'll have Junior Max and Senior Max then coming up after that, with of course our Senior Max 177, the heavier weight class, embedded in that Senior Max field ahead of the lunch break. It's not been a quiet morning in Athboy, that's for sure. So our Rotax Minimax field heading out to circuit now for their second heat of the afternoon. And on pole position for this one is Jack Miller alongside Corey Lyons. Very competitive front row, both with brothers racing here today. Jack's older brother Ewan in Senior Max, with Corey's younger brother Robbie just having raced. Second row, Evan Peterson, Lewis Hazlitt, then it's Jude Devant, Connor Keogh, Ben Lalu, Evan McClary, Ethan Robinson, Harley Bruton, Mitchell Campton, Isaac Ford, Danny Murphy, Freddie Turkington, Ollie Meredith, Elliot Greeniff and Dylan Murphy. Ollie Meredith, starting on the second last row, could make this a very entertaining race, and let's see where he can come back to. As now we head across the tram lines and immediately in towards the first corner, there's some skating off, but Jack Miller leads, and it's slow racing once again it seems, but Jack Miller remains in the race lead and diving his way through is the number 210, and that's Ben Lalu who's up into second position, started 7th, so a monster getaway for Ben. But Oran Henry Racing's Jack Miller is away at the front. Running a little bit wide is Corey Lyons, struggling in these conditions a tad. Lalu getting the kart pitched and turned nicely in second position, couple of spins. And is that Ollie Meredith that's gone off? No, don't think so. We'll get confirmation at the start-finish line, but it is Jack Miller. Miles in front after the opening lap. Danny Murphy second, then Ben Lalu in third. Then it's Ethan Robinson, Corey Lyons, Lewis Hazlitt. Good start, Harley Brereton. Then it's Evan McClary. Ollie Meredith's already up to 9th, so definitely no issues on the opening lap for Ollie. And Ollie's now up to 8th because he's just shot past Evan McClary in the number 270. So Jack Miller out in front. Then it's Danny Murphy, Ben Lalu, Ethan Robinson. Wide goes Lalu. And Ethan Robinson in the O plate is looking to sneak past the DMS racer from Lisburn with 1 win and 2 podiums so far this season, but sits 5th in the championship. Drop rounds, of course, come into play in that one, but Jack Miller still out in front, and this is Ethan Robinson and Lalu fighting. Oh, very wide there from your race leader Jack Miller, and Danny Murphy sneaks his way past. Just has the extra grip, does Danny, and he's gone in front now. Second in the championship, first here in the second heat. He was fighting with Ollie earlier on, just has a whole load of pace, but the bad news for Danny Murphy is Ollie Meredith, who started on the second row of the field, is up to 3rd position already with 3 minutes left in this race. We have yellows in the final sector, and up wide goes your race leader. Or sorry, your former race leader, I should say. Jack Miller. Danny Murphy A-OK. And remains out in front. Ollie Meredith gets in front of Corey Lyons for 3rd, but Lyons has dropped down to 6th after that, so he's now behind Ben Lalu and Ethan Robinson, as they're still very much struggling here with conditions. Little bit wide for Jack Miller. Ollie Meredith is on the charge. If he can finish anywhere on the podium after starting down the back, that would be considered a very successful race. As we do have someone pulled off and standing. I think it's Dylan Murphy, unfortunately, from 17th. Yes, it is Dylan Murphy. Disappointing for Dylan. A Ninja Kart World Champion in 2025. But a non-finish here in Heat 2 in Athboy, unfortunately. Ollie Meredith, fastest lap of the race, as you can expect, but he cannot find a way past Jack Miller. And he's got to try find one now. And just as we say that, Ollie Meredith is up to 2nd position. He's off the back of a very successful RMC International Trophy at Le Mans. And it's all going very well here. All going swimmingly in the very wet conditions of Athboy for Ollie Meredith. He's now chasing after Danny Murphy, but there is only 1 minute and 15 seconds left, and Danny Murphy has just put in the fastest lap of the race. There is Murphy, there is Meredith and Miller. It's 2.8 seconds the gap. Probably just a little bit too much to catch for Ollie in the remainder of this race, but 2nd place from 15th on the grid is not bad going, I don't think. They're all line astern for the remainder of the positions. Evan McClary getting close to Ben Lalu. That is in the fight for 6th. Yeah, Lalu a non-finish in the final at Watergrass Hill. So that's put him down to 10th in the championship. Strong results will elevate him back up. They have a drop round. There is your leader, Danny Murphy. He'll get his last lap board the next time round. And there is Ollie Meredith, running a slightly different racing line, but Murphy, the only one on track actually quicker than Meredith, and he's pulled away since Ollie got past Jack Miller. So it's not as if it's Danny Murphy is only in front because Meredith sounded so far back. Danny Murphy's the quickest driver in the field as of current. And it will be a deserved win if there's no mistakes on this final lap, which hopefully there won't be. It's a non-finish for Elliot Greenough as well. So both novices in the field are unfortunately not going to take the checkered flag in Heat 2 of Minimax. There's Ollie Meredith, but it won't be the catch and pass that he maybe would have imagined, and Danny Murphy is going to come home to take the win here in heat number 2 of Rotax Minimax. And a fine showing indeed. It looks like it's going to be Murphy versus Meredith for the final, but one more heat to go, of course, could change things up significantly. But Danny Murphy takes the win ahead of Ollie Meredith in second, Jack Miller in third. It looks like O-Plate winner Ethan Robinson will come home in fourth, and he does, ahead of Corey Lyons in fifth position. Then Ben Lalu comes home to take sixth, with Evan McCloughery in seventh. Just waiting on Jude Devant, who beats Harley Brereton. That's an overtake on the last lap ahead of Lewis Hazlitt. And then it's Connor Keown and Evan Peterson, Freddie Turkington in 13th, Isaac Ford in 14th, followed by Mitchell Campton in 15th, but unfortunately a non-finish for Greenough and for Murphy in Rotax Minimax. We have Junior Max coming up next. Was a great race in heat number 1, but it was domination for Charlie Condy. So we'll see what he can do and who can challenge him in a few minutes' time. So now it's time for Rotax Junior Max. Second heat of the afternoon. Front row is Fionn English and Zach Battersby, with Charlie Condy and Brogan McDonald on row number 2. This could be a very interesting fight. English and Battersby were both down the back, as was McDonald at the start of heat number 1, so they weren't really able to contest with Charlie Condy. This is a real test of pace for Condy. Row 3 is Jesse Ray McCauley and Wesley Burton, so they'll be up towards the front as well. As they head down towards the trap lines as we get underway here, it is a great start for Fionn English. It was into the race lead. Charlie Condy getting past Battersby and is already up to second position. Zach Battersby. Oh, he's got back past him on the inside. Condy making a rare error through the left-hander, misjudged the grip, and Zach Battersby was able to launch it down the inside. But Charlie Condy in the Sodi cart is back ahead, and Brogan McDonald sneaks through as well, and Battersby's going to lose another position. That one's to Jesse Ray McCauley. And we have a cart pulled off, so someone not taking the start by the looks of things, but it is Fionn English who's in the race lead ahead of Charlie Condy. Condy back to the old race suit. He's not in the Rotax one. You wouldn't want to get that one ruined by the wet weather. So Charlie's back in the spare, but he is up to second position. At the same time, Brogan McDonald and Jesse Ray McCauley ahead of Zach Battersby, who's down to 5th position unfortunately, but Battersby will fight his way back through. And Battersby is under pressure from Liam O'Hagan in the T-Sport cart. Sorry, not in the T-Sport cart. Looks very like a T-Sport cart, but it isn't actually. Liam O'Hagan, a Belfast driver from Nuts Corner, and that is Battersby pushing his way back through past Liam O'Hagan. But there's Fionn English chasing down after Charlie Condy. But Charlie Condy in the race lead by 1.5 seconds, and that one could be curtains already. So he said Charlie Condy would have a go sideways for Condy. Look, it's not over until it's over, but Charlie Condy is levels above the Junior Max field here in Athboy, it seems. And we've a spin for Ian Murphy, who is now stuck in the grass. He should be able to get the cart picked up. No, he can't. It's totally bedded in for Ian Murphy. And you can see him there. He's got it going back on the asphalt now. He should be able to get going now. And yeah, he will. So he won't lose a lap. He'll still be on the lead lap. And that is, that's who we lost. That's Sam McHugh was pulled off. 3:16. So there's Charlie Condy, your race leader, fastest lap as well. Fionn English snaking his way after him. Zach Battersby's on the charge now. He's chasing after Brogan McDonald. He's not just chasing, he's got it done and he's ahead. So Zach Battersby is now up to third, but it was only brief. Brogan back through. So Brogan McDonald is back up to third position from Lurgan. And now they're free wide on the exit of the corner, further behind. And Brogan, McDonald and Zach Battersby still fighting for third position, you can see there, but behind it's Elliott, O'Hagan, Macaulay, Barnwell, all very close indeed. As they exit the hairpin, can Battersby have another look down the inside in towards the left-hander? He is, he's gone for it, he's had a look. He's had a look and he's through. Zach Battersby is now ahead of Brogan McDonald and into third place. And he's pulled about 3 cart lengths already. A job well done by Oran Henry Racing, Zach Battersby. On the podium last week in the Euro Cup. Racing Tillotson as well. It's a brand new Oran Henry Racing machine for this weekend for Battersby. And that is bowling him nicely. Condy leads, English second. Then it's that fight we were looking at, Battersby and McDonald, but we're looking further behind now with Mitchell Elliott. Elliott and O'Hagan are fighting. Mitchell Elliott, another OHR racer, and he has Liam O'Hagan right on his bumper. TJ McKay struggling to cut through the field here. He's up to 9th, but for a man who finished in 2nd position and is looking to challenge Condy come the end of the day, it's a bit of a disappointing heat so far for him, but he's still got 2 minutes and a lap to work with. It's another fastest lap for Charlie Condy, who just seems to be getting quicker and quicker. And now here is a side-by-side scrap. And McKay is involved in that, as is Ethan Barnwell. That's Jesse Ray Macaulay. So TJ McKay getting past Jesse Ray Macaulay there. Ethan Barnwell involved in that fight as well. He's in 9th place. You can just see Barnwell in amongst it there. Macaulay in the Sodi car chassis. That's McKay gone up the road, and that's Wesley Brereton who's found his way through. And Brereton is going to look for it on both of them. He gets it on Macaulay. He's not able to, or is he able to get past Ethan Barnwell? They're side by side. Barnwell will have the straight line speed and in towards the hairpin. Yep, braver on the brakes is Ethan Barnwell. There's blue flags, unfortunately, about to start waving once again. That is for Ian Murphy, who we saw off and stuck in the grass for quite some time, so that's certainly not a pace thing. It's just a bit of misfortune. His last lap board will be shown next time round. Fight continuing on now for 2nd place. Zach Battersby is like a man possessed chasing after Fionn English. Here they come now. There is Fionn English in the blue helmet. Battersby behind. And oh, Battersby! Contact made! Battersby goes over the top of him. He's able to continue on, but that's gone very wrong indeed. For Zach Battersby and Fionn English, both carts have damage. Fionn English significantly more. As they drop down the order, Brogan McDonald and Mitchell Elliott are on the podium, as now we get a look at the front crew again. So Battersby looks like he'll still be able to take fifth here, but it's a disaster for English. Stewards may well have a look at it, whether they think it was Battersby's fault for an over-aggression move. It looked okay, but whether it was English who moved late, that's down to the stewards to decide. The only man whose result has been confirmed since the start, really, is Charlie Condy, who will take the checkered flag in first position. And Charlie Condy across the line already. Job well done for Charlie Condy. Brogan McDonald will come home in second position. A benefit for him was just sitting behind and biding his time when Battersby and English made contact. Mitchell Elliott in third, Liam Hagan in fourth. Zach Battersby is in fifth out of Wesley Bruton. Then it's TJ McKay, Ethan Barnwell, Essie Ray McCauley, Matthew Deasy, and Ian Murphy. Non-finish for English. Very disappointing for Fionn. So we'll have one more race before the lunch break. And that will be Senior Max and Senior Max 177, a combined race. We'll have that in a few moments after, once again, some kart recovery. So folks, we'll have Rotax Senior Max coming up in the next few moments. Just a bit of recovery, as well as getting a little bit of medical attention to Fionn English after that crash with Zach Battersby. But he's A-OK, just a little bit of a bash on the hand and shock more than anything. So Senior Max and Senior 177. Dylan McDermott with the win earlier on this morning, as they're heading out onto the grid now. Shovel up Rotax grids, as always. So on pole for this one, if it ever loads for me, is Zach Leckie. Keith Burke alongside. Then it's Mark Quinn, Robert Bolster, Carter Mooney, Daniel Spillane, Dylan McDermott, Ruben Kernahan, Joseph McMattin, Sean Cooney, Josh McDonald, Ewan Miller, Noah Taylor, Lincoln Bevan, Ben Connolly and Charlie Gardner. That's for the Senior Maxes. 177s, Anthony O'Connell on pole, Sean Spratt, Mark Shields, Pádraig Dowdall, Ben McDowell and Liam Kearns. As the Senior Maxes approach the COC now, and it is Zach Leckie on the front row down the tram lines as we've gone green. Lights didn't go off, but we head our way through. Down it is Zach Leckie and Dylan McDermott already. McDermott started 7th, he's up to 2nd. The Roscommon man just keeps on surprising us, and he's now in the race lead. It took him 3 corners. As unbelievable race start for Dylan McDermott. in the red Rotax O-plate winning suit. He leads Zach Leckie. Behind then is Mark Quinn, the Oren Henry Racing driver, as there is Leckie in the 424. Racing for Nuts Corner down towards the first corner. Won a UKC round this year. Dylan McDermott, of course, will be joining the UKC grid for the IGP. It's down, in through the hairpin they go. It's McDermott in the lead. Leckie keeping him honest. As Joseph McMahon is trying to get past Mark Quinn, and he is. He's ahead. That's a good move for Joseph McMahon. He's ahead now of Keith Burke. Sorry, that is not Mark Quinn. It's the other OHR driver. It's Dylan McDermott. Fastest lap of the race, as we've come to expect. He's pulling away from Leckie. Moving up the order is Sean Cooney and Ruben Kernahan, 10th and 11th respectively. Charlie Gardner also getting a spot over Ben Conley. Conley losing 3 on the last lap. Very disappointingly for Ben Conley. He's down to 13th now as the number 431, the DMS driver. 8th in the championship. In terms of 177, Ben McDowell has just pulled aside. He lost the lead to Sean Spratt on the last lap, and he's just pulled aside. So Sean Spratt now with a comfortable lead over Porrick Dowdall. It's all very line astern here in Senior Max. Carter Mooney is slowly gaining on Keith Burke. Mooney, one of the championship contenders heading into this round, second in the championship, 2 wins, 1 podium. Of course, championship leader Daniel Kilpatrick not racing this weekend. He'll take this one as a drop. But it opens it up a little bit more if Dylan McDermott is able to sweep it. Now, it's still a little bit early in the day to assume he can win all 3 heats in the final, but he certainly has the pace to do so. He leads here by 1.2 seconds. Lincoln Bevan getting past Josh McDonnell on the last lap. As in 177, Sean Spratt has a 0.2 of a second lead over Porrick Dowdall. As they're side by side now, actually, and Dowdall, I think, got in the race lead briefly, but Sean Spratt got ahead, and Mark Shields fighting for the 177 lead now. But this is your Senior Max field that we are looking at, down towards the hairpin. There's Zach Leckie coming under pressure from Joseph McMahon. This could get feisty between these two. Joseph with a win in Nuts Corner this year. A track he knows very well. A man who thinks very highly of himself, and a man of many words. Pre-IGP 2024, when as his racing career was going, he described it as good. He's now chasing after Zach Leckie for second position, and they're nip and tuck into the hairpin. Here comes McMahon down the inside, way too late on the brakes. Leckie will be able to go for the switchback, but crucially McMahon just got the exit, has the power. He's down now in through the hairpin. Nothing silly to be done, these two teammates racing for Nuts Corner. Two minutes on the clock now, plus 1 lap. Here for the second heat of Rotax Senior Max, and a little bit of an adjustment on something for Joseph McMahon. He now sets his sights on chasing down Dylan McDermott. Matched his lap the last time, has matched his fastest lap as well Fastest lap in this one belongs to Ruben Kernahan, as Carter Mooney's had some problems. Carter is down to 15th now. He was running a lot higher up, was closer to Ruben Kernahan, but he's now down to 15th position and last in the senior max field. Rather disappointingly. So, McMahon able to pull the gap over Leckie, although he's ran a bit wide there, has Joseph McMahon, so that allows Zach Leckie back into contention here. Number one rule of motor racing, don't take out your teammate. We've had one pair of teammates collide already this afternoon, and the two Nuts Corner boys don't want to cause that to happen. Senior Max 177, and Spratt has fallen off the podium. He's down to 4th, so it's Mark Shields who's ahead of Pádraig Dowdall and Liam Kearns. But they're still fairly nip and tuck. Ruben Kernahan is right behind Noah Taylor, still has the fastest lap of the race, does your defending Rotax Senior Max champion Ruben Kernahan from Ahogo. 2 wins, 2 second places last year, hasn't tasted the victory champagne yet this year, but he has had 3 second places. That's propelled him to 3rd in the championship. He's been on the spanners for a few Tillotson racers as well. Joe Bechtold, I believe he was on the spanners for in the Euro Cup last week, so keeping around the circuit when not racing is Ruben Kernahan. Last lap board is at the ready to show Dylan McDermott, your race leader. This is McDermott back to his best. A C-plate winner, O-plate winner. A TKC Senior Max winner. And Dylan certainly wants to crown himself a national champion come the end of the year, but it's a lot of hard work until he gets to that point. He's certainly going about it the right way though here in Athboy. And it will be Dylan McDermott who will take the Heat 2 win in Senior Max, bar any errors for the final chicane, but I don't think they're going to come. Joseph McMahon will take 2nd, ahead of Zach Leckie in 3rd. So strong running for McMahon and Leckie. That is, someone was going slow there, and it didn't change the order anyways. Keith Burke comes home in 4th, Ewan Miller in 5th. Just about beats Ruben Kernahan, who gets ahead of Noah Taylor on the last lap. Ben Connolly in 8th, Robert Crown Bolster in 9th, and Mark Quinn in 10th, Lincoln Bevan. And in Senior Max 177, they're just coming through the final corners now, and it is going to be the man who won the IRL plate here last year, Pádraig Dowdall, who comes home in 16th position. Inishkeen Monaghan man, a scrutineer for Motorsport Ireland most weekends, beats Mark Shields for the win in Senior Max 177. Sean Spratt behind Liam Kearns, so Kearns in 4th, Spratt in 5th, and a non-finish for Anthony O'Connell, I'm afraid. And it was actually Zach Leckie who broke down just before the line, but he just about made it across the checkered, so he was A-OK on that front. And Zach Leckie does finish on the podium in heat number 2. That would have been a disaster if he had lost it. But folks, that'll be us for a few moments time. For the lunch break, we are very behind schedule here, so it may well be a shortened lunch break. Rather scarily, this is the exact time that the next IAME Cadet heat was supposed to start, so we are exactly 1 hour behind schedule. Stick with us here on Vantage Point Video. We will be a half an hour at least, so join us back after the lunch break for the remainder of the heats in IAME and Rotax, and of course our finals for Event 7 of the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships.
Hi, bud. Tommy, guys, how are we looking for the next week? I can't see Johnny. I'm just thinking about if you want to get John off, that's perfect because then you get down to the height. Yeah. Yeah, that's where I was trying to find come back to your radio please. That's the old one. You have to get down and stamp your license, isn't it? There's a ring me and we'll organise it. I just have to ask Darren about the about it, you know. And I'll just give you a ring. We give you.
So welcome back, folks, to the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships, event number 7 here from Athboy. Lunch has been completed. We will have our second IAME heats, our third Rotax heats, and our finals coming up across the next 3 and a bit hours to entertain you. And we're diving straight into the action with IAME Cadet, their second 7-minute plus 1 lap heat. On pole position, Jack Harney, Ada O'Brien alongside. Then it's Mate Dabija and Tucker Frayne 3rd and 4th. Sam McCullough and Rian Spratt 5th and 6th. And Michaelis Odysseus in 7th and Daniel Crowe in 8th. Then it's Joey Waters, Tiernan O'Brien, Will Larkham and Killian O'Sullivan. What a battle it was in the first race between Jack Harney and Ada O'Brien. Mate Dabija and Tucker Frayne on the second row. Bit of misfortune for them. Both had, or certainly Mate had a non-finish. I think Tucker was fairly close to one as well, unfortunately, but they're coming towards the tram lines now, and it's a great start from the pole sitter Jack Harney, and he leads in towards the first corner. Ada O'Brien looking to follow as well, as it is the O-plate runner of Jack Harney that leads, and then it's Mate Dabija in second position. So a good start from Mate to get ahead of Ada O'Brien, and Tucker Frayne involved in it as well, but Ada O'Brien immediately looking to try get past Dabija in the same fashion she did in heat number 1, on the inside and towards the left-hander. It was a brilliant move to take the first heat win by Ada O'Brien on the penultimate lap of the race, but was not able to pull that one off, and it's not actually Dabija in second now. So Mate Dabija has fallen down to 4th by the looks of things, but it's 100% Jack Harney in the race lead as they exit the final corner down towards T number 1. It's Tucker Frayne who's up to second now, so good start from Tucker from 4th. Outside line for the first corner, not an easy one, but made it work. So Jack Harney leads by about 0.8 of a second. Tucker Frayne, number 4 or 611, I should say, in the IAME Cadets, but Ada O'Brien will be very keen to pull off the overtake quickly. Mate Dabija in 4th, looking for a bit of good luck. 1 podium in the 3rd round of the season for Mate Dabija. He's currently 3rd in the championship. Ada O'Brien just gets such a good exit out of the first corner and is now right on the tail of Tucker Frayne down towards the hairpin, and here comes the overtake. Lunge down the inside from Ada O'Brien, and she is able to pull it off, and that is an excellent move from Ada. And now Mate Dabija is on the back of Tucker Frayne. The second row reunites. Teammates as well, these two. Both racing for the Norris Kerry Motorsport outfit, and it's a big move down the inside from Mate Dabija. Tucker Frayne gives him the space on the inside, side by side through the chicane, and it will be Frayne who comes out on top in this one. But Ada O'Brien has overtaken the pair of them and now sets her eyes on catching Jack Harney in the race lead. Well, Harney has extended the gap to 1.4, and we've a spin at the first corner. One has gone round. Moved down the inside by Mate, and Mate is able to pull it off. It was Rian Spratt who spun at the first corner, but he's back going again, and Mate Dabija is now ahead of Tucker Frayne. So it's a swap for the final podium place, and Frayne is back down to where he started, unfortunately, in 4th. So not an ideal start for Tucker. But still plenty of time in this one. 3 minutes and 50 seconds plus 1 lap in the second heat of the IAME Cadets. So far it would be Ada O'Brien taking a win and Jack Harney taking a win. If Ada O'Brien was able to somehow close in and pass, she would guarantee herself pole position for the final. Tucker Frayne staying with Dabija. Dabija not able to pull away in the same fashion that Ada O'Brien did. So back towards the first corner. We're looking at the fight for 3rd between 612 Mate Dabija and 611 Tucker Frayne. Mate Dabage's raced Cadet since 2024. Tucker Frayne, not exactly a novice. And down the inside, not able to pull it off, so Mate Dabage will stay in front. Only did 4 rounds last season, having a much more successful season this season is Mate. And Tucker Frayne has stood on the rostrum this year as well. 6th in the championship currently for Tucker. Up the front though, the gap is being extended, so these much drier, slicker conditions suiting Jack Harney. Fastest lap in the last lap for Aidan O'Brien as we say that, so not giving up yet is O'Brien, the championship leader with 2 wins to her name so far this year. And certainly Tucker Frayne not giving up either in this fight for 3rd. Further down the order, it's Sam McCullough in 5th, leading novice, ahead of Nicholas Yodisius and Joey Waters. Daniel Crowe down in 8th spot, but further than novice runners, and it's Will Larkham, Tiernan O'Brien, and unfortunately Rian Spratt is 3 seconds adrift in the field after a spin at the first corner. Gap up the front, 1.9. Harney responds with a fastest lap of his own with 1 minute and 1 lap to go here in this session. It's likely that we will have 3 more laps here in this. Running at quite a quick pace is Jack Harney. Will we have 3 more laps? It'll be very close. Yeah, we should do. Not really ideal for Jack Harney, but it doesn't look like Aidan O'Brien will be able to pass. It gives Tucker Frayne more time to try and pass Mate Dabage, something he's not been able to achieve yet here in this IAME Cadet second heat. So a swap further down the order for 6th on the last lap. Joey Waters is now ahead of Nicholas Yodisius. Joey Waters, a podium in his first cadet race in TKC in 2026. He's had 3 finishes in the top 5 here in MI, but not quite stood on the podium just yet in the finals. It'll be interesting to see what he can bring to the table this afternoon. Currently in 6th in this heat anyway, so it's not likely to get the top 3 starting position. And now is Tucker Frayne able to go for the move yet? No, not quite. We'll have 1 more attempt into that hairpin on the next lap, which will be the last lap. As Jack Harney, the championship leader in the T4 Euro Cup, with 2 wins out of 2. A podium placer at the T4 Nations Cup. An IAME Warrior finalist. Is in the race lead by quite a margin, 2.4 seconds. It is looking like he will take the win and start on pole for the final. There's no Mate Dabage able to pull the gap over Tucker Frayne, pull enough of a gap anyways to remain in front. And compared to the drama of heat number 1, it's a rather stale affair in IAME Cadet, but it is a cool, calm and collected drive by Jack Harney, who comes across the line to take the win in at Boy and give himself excellent momentum after the lunch break ahead of the final. Aidan O'Brien comes home in 2nd, Mate Dabage in 3rd, Tucker Frayne in 4th. In 5th position will be Sam McCullough, and it will be Joey Waters. No, Waters loses it to Yodisius. So Joey Waters back down to 7th. Nicholas Yodisius comes home in 6th. It'll be Will Larkham in 8th, and of Daniel Crowe in 9th. Tiernan O'Brien in 10th, and unfortunately Rian Spratt, despite efforts to catch late in the race, comes home in 11th position. And that will be the second heat of IAME Cadets. We will be sticking with our IAME action, as we have the ever controversial Junior X30 class coming up next. So we keep moving on quickly, and it's now time for Junior X30. And Danny Dempsey again is supposed to be on pole, but oh no, he is out there. He's just dropped back to second. So your running order is Dempsey, Foley, McLaughlin, McClary, Blair, McLaughlin, Senna McLaughlin that is, Ian Carey, McCullough, then it's Purvis, Lehman, Murphy, Kelly, Burke, Shannon, Carney, Miller, Mulvey, Hayes, Nolan, Lily Rose Hughes, Sophie Campbell, Bobby Connolly, Liam Buckley and Danny Mulvey. And hopefully all is clean at the race start this time. As they head down towards the tram lines, Danny Dempsey on the pole position, and we go racing this time on the first attempt, and Danny Dempsey leads through the first corner, and John Foley Jr. has not got a lot of grip on that outside, and that might allow Jack McLaughlin to sneak his way through. Oh no, sorry, McLaughlin is in the race lead, so Danny Dempsey has fallen down to third behind John Foley. So it's your Heat 1 winner, Jack McLaughlin, who's back out on top here in IAME X30 Junior. And it is John Foley Jr. in second. Danny Dempsey finds himself in third with Ben McClary behind as they all file their way through the hairpin. We have one with a problem. That's the number 722 of Jack Murphy. Very disappointing for Murphy. But it's Jack McLaughlin who leads. Charlie Blair behind Ben McClary. Then Ian Carey up a position. Good start for Martin Shannon, up 2 to 12. And Liam Buckley with an excellent getaway as well. He's up 4, but still finds himself down in 19. Chad Lehman not able to gain a spot. Now fighting with Mikey Kelly in the luminous yellow O-plated machine. As John Foley Jr. is starting to close in on your race leader. Ben McClary tries to move down the inside of Danny Dempsey, and there was a little bit of a nudge, but McClary has made it through. And Ben McClary is now up to third place. And Danny Dempsey, the pole sitter, has to try and fight back his way through. Had a bit of misfortune at the start of the first heat when it was waved off and he was punted into the first corner and did not get to start from pole, started from down the back, so he needs every point possible to put himself in a good position for the final to potentially pick up a podium. John Foley Jr. fastest lap on the last lap ahead of McLaughlin as we have one in the pit lane. And I think it's Oscar Miller who has pulled in. As they bounce their way through the chicane. John Foley Jr. is right on the tail. I know it was Declan Purvis. So it was Purvis who pulled in, not Oscar Miller. And now here comes Foley, trying it round the outside of McLaughlin. Not able to pull it off at this time. But Jack McLaughlin, apologies, the other McLaughlin is under a lot of pressure here. Senna McLaughlin in 6th. He's stuck behind Charlie Blair. And now swap for the race lead, and it is John Foley who is ahead here in IAME X30, but runs a little bit wide for the final corner. Can Jack McLaughlin have a go to turn 1? It's a massive lunge by McLaughlin. Very lucky not to make contact and not get the front bumper chopped off. Excellent awareness from John Foley. Jack McLaughlin knows he's in a whole world of pain here. He's lost momentum. Down the inside goes Ben McClary, and Danny Dempsey tries to follow through as well. Danny Dempsey, cutthroat manoeuvre from him, and the whole top 3 has changed. The race leader at this point a lap ago is now down to 4th position, and John Foley Jr. is your new race leader in IAME X30s Juniors. One podium in White River Park, but not a final win this year for John Foley. He's going about it the right way here in the second heat, but he has Ben McClory right behind. He's Danny Dempsey right behind, and Ben McClory was slower on the last lap than John Foley, but he has the fastest lap overall in this race of a 40.8. McLaughlin certainly not out of this one, although maybe preferring the wetter conditions. If that is the case, it's great news. There is spits of rain in the air here in Athboy. Whether it comes down heavy enough to affect the 4 minutes and 1 lap remaining in this heat, that is another question. But John Foley on top for the first time today. It's 4 different teams in the fight for first, and now here comes Ben McClory of T-Sport down the inside, and Danny Dempsey's done exactly what he did on Jack McLaughlin, and he's just followed Ben McClory through. So Dempsey, despite starting on pole, despite dropping to 4th, is now in the race lead, and Danny Dempsey gets it done into the hairpin out of nowhere. Ben McClory down to 2nd position. Foley is in 3rd. It's another podium shuffle up here in Junior X30. And Danny Dempsey of Dunboyne finds himself in the race lead. And now McLaughlin is looking for the move on Foley. It's turn 3 in the lead, T-Sport in 2nd, DMS find themselves in 3rd and 5th, and Brennan Tech are in 4th. And Brennan Tech could well be in 5th, because that's Charlie Blair who's looking for the move on Jack McLaughlin. Is he able to pull it off? No, not quite. McLaughlin almost being pushed through the chicane, and Jack McLaughlin, or Charlie Blair I should say, is under pressure from Ian Carey now. And Ian Carey's got through, so it's now 5 teams in the top 5. Ian Carey of Norris Carey now up to 5th position, and here comes Dempsey under pressure, and Dempsey's lost the lead to Ben McClory and now loses it to John Foley. And it seems like if you lose the lead very quickly, you fall down to 3rd. But Dempsey backed up the inside, not able to make it stick. With 2 So now, folks, it's time for IAME X30 Senior. And on pole is Tyke Buckley with Sean Hogan alongside. Michaela Hart and Jack Buckley third and fourth. Then it's John Norris and Adam Holmes in fifth and sixth, followed by Rory O'Connor, Andre Dabaja, Aaron Murphy, Luke Agnew, Emer Carey, Ronan Hennessy, Josh Allen, Joel Murphy, Jack Crowell, Jamie English, Shane Crosby, Daniel Kavanagh and Shane O'Neill. What a weird race this was this morning. They were all out on slicks in the wet, and it turned into absolute carnage, as they would say. Probably not, but they might. Nonetheless, this should be a bit more normal because it's a nice dry track, slick tyres, and a group of very fast X30 senior runners. But it's Tyke Buckley alongside Sean Hogan on the front row as they're down towards the tram lines as we go racing for X30 senior. And a little wobble off the line from Buckley. And already it's getting very close for comfort in for the first couple of corners, but they stretch their legs for the long crested turn number 2. And I think it's Sean Hogan who is in the race lead ahead of Tyke Buckley by the looks of it. Seemed to be the 811 that would gone in front down towards the hairpin. But certainly two of the Brennan Tech carts are off and away the front. And no, it is Buckley who is in front. So Hogan is now back down behind. And it's a great start from Michaela Hard, who remains in third. Jack Buckley in fourth. And they're being pressed by John Norris. So down through the hairpin. And the front two teammates gone at the front of this. And Tyke Buckley is in the race lead with Sean Hogan in second. Then it's Michaela Hart, Jack Buckley, John Norris. Andre Dabaja is behind them. And Dabaja under a lot of pressure from Rory O'Connor through the left-hander. And Dabaja is pressing John Norris in towards the hairpin. Michaela Hart doing a nice job. And now side by side as they exit the hairpin. It is still Hart, Norris and Dabaja. They're side by side a little bit further back. Still side by side, and Dabaja is literally pushing John Norris through the corners to try and get past. He has Rory O'Connor right in his tail. He knows that Rory O'Connor will come through if he's not careful. But it's still Buckley and Hogan smooth at the front. Michaela Hart in a steady third. Jack Buckley has fallen down to 6th position in this one. Luke Agnew up 2. And it's 4 positions respectively for Daniel Kavanagh, Emer Carey and Shane O'Neill. And problems for 8.14. Jamie English. English is pulled off with a mechanical just after exiting the right-hander. And it's a disaster for the Brennan Tech racer. Terrible stuff for Jamie English, who's just walking to the marshal's post after. It was totally mechanical. He wasn't even in a fight. It may have stemmed from contact, but it certainly wasn't as if he was punted off into the grass. He just pulled it aside. It was very disappointing for Jamie English. Michaela Hart still has John Norris behind him, not Andre Dabaja. So Dabaja not able to find a way through just yet. Bit further back, Jack Crowell got past Shane Crosby. That's for the minor placings at this stage, so 16th position. Not really where either of them would want to be fighting. It's a very spaced out X30 senior race for the time being. Tyke Buckley has gone with the wind at the front, and Sean Hogan is falling off. Fastest lap after fastest lap for Tyke Buckley. We'll see if he can put another one in here. And he does. It's a 39.9. I think that's the first lap time under the 40s here today in Attaboy. Down through the right-hander. Still no real overtaking opportunity here. We have 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Michaela Hart is leading John Norris. Michaela Hart, 8.25 from Cork, 7th in the championship last season. Has stood on the MI podium before, as well as a race winner in TKC. And privateer, Michaela. Michaela Hart racing the team she enters herself as. Beautiful pink cart, very easy for me to spot. As there it goes in through there. Behind is John Norris, a man of a lot more experience than Michaela, from Selbridge, County Kildare, a part of Norris Carey Racing, or Norris Carey Motorsport, of course. The 2024 IWF Masters champion, racing the Euro Series as well. It's his first race of 2026 for John Norris. Slowly being closed in, that group, by Jack Buckley. Andre Davish just struggling to keep with Hart and Norris for the time being, but it looks like John Norris may well try and overtake on Michaela Hart. There's your top two for the first corner. If them two start battling, that will allow Andre Davish, Jack Buckley and Rory O'Connor back into things here. So Sean Hogan has the bit between his teeth here, as he's just put in the fastest lap of the race of 39.8. And he's slowly catching back up to Tyke Buckley. Second in the championship last season was Sean Hogan, took 3 wins and won 3rd place. He was very disappointed to lose it. He's 9th in this year's championship, but did miss the final in the second round of the season. Both Tyke Buckley and Sean Hogan, former junior champions. Well, Tyke still the reigning defending junior champion, but he's obviously not going to be defending it this year now. This is racing at senior. But Sean won it back in 2021. Good response lap from Tyke Buckley though. He's able to go 10th quicker than Sean. Just keep his lead out front. Under a minute to go in this one. We'll have 2 more laps by the looks of things. Many positional changes towards the front in late race. Michaela Hart is doing an excellent job, as you can see. Has a couple more kart lengths over John Norris. And the good news for Tyke Buckley is John Norris taking points off his championship rival, who also happens to be his brother, but his championship rivals. That'll certainly help, as is Andre Davish, 2 drivers who are not championship contention this year, as they haven't raced this year. So they are doing Tyke Buckley and Sean Hogan a massive favour at the front of this field. The last lap board will be shown to Tyke Buckley, who starts his last trip round as boy in the second heat. Heat's starting to come out here in Meath, as it is a lot drier than it was earlier. There's some dark looming clouds, but for the sake of X30 Senior, they don't want that after what was quite a funny heat this morning. So it will be Tyke Buckley and Sean Hogan 1-2 for Brennan Tech. But Buckley will start on pole in the final and look to take a 3rd win of the season. Michaela Hart is going to come home with a very impressive 3rd place finish. as they take the checkered flag. John Norris wasn't able to do anything, stays in fourth. Then it was Andre Dabaja, ahead of Jack Buckley and Rory O'Connor, Luke Agnew, Adam Holmes and Aaron Murphy. They ran out the top 10. Joel Murphy behind in 11th, and it was Emer Carey in 12th. Daniel Kavanagh in 13th. Jack Crockwell in 14th, ahead of Shane Crosby, the other Masters runner. Josh Allen, Shane O'Neill. Unfortunately, non-finish for Ronan Hennessy, as it was for Jamie English. We saw him pull aside earlier on. That is the 19 Senior X30 runners. We will return to Rotax action for their third heats of the day. So Miami, all their heat races have been completed. And they will now get set for the finals. But coming up, it's the third heat of Micromax. So once again, folks, just a little bit of card recovery. I think I need to get the words card recovery tattooed on me at this point. But we will be going racing again very shortly, so stick with us. Perfect time for a coffee break. And we'll have Micromax coming up shortly. So Micromax now out on circuit. And on pole position for this one is Dawson Jones, Matthew Peterson alongside Michael Darcy, Robbie Lyons on row 2. There's Ollie Williamson and Jack Harper on row 3. Ben Daly, Ben Nicholson, Harry Tylee, Cupid Vant and Ollie McKiernan. Your running order. Dawson Jones has shown some great pace today, as has Michael Darcy, so keep an eye on them on the inside. But Darcy had a non-start actually in the second heat, not even a non-finish. So needs some good points here in heat number 2. But Dawson Jones from Scarva County Down is your pole sitter down towards the first corner. It's a good start from Peterson, but may have crossed the tram lines, and Michael Darcy has dove them both into the first corner. Darcy leads, exiting turn number 1. What a great start from him in the T-Sport cart. And now it is Dawson Jones chasing after. In second position, Harry Tylee is looking to make some moves up as well in the Oral Henry Racing machine. Started down in 9th position. It's Ben Daly, your winner of the second heat, looking to try and get past as well. It was a very wet second heat for these Rotax Micro Maxes, so it's a totally different situation that they are facing here. There's a lunge down the inside by Tylee, and he's now up another position, so a good race start by one of the championship contenders. So it's Michael Darcy, Dawson Jones, Jack Harper, Ben Daly. So Matthew Peterson falling down 4 positions to 6th. And now Ben Daly is on the tail of Jack Harper into the hairpin, and Ben Daly dives it down the inside, and that's a lovely move by Ben Daly. It was up to 3rd position now, and will look to chase after the front 2. Feels he's the pace of the front 2. And the O-plate runner looking for a strong result here in Athboy. He'll have a fairly good starting position after the race win in Heat 2. It's been an up and down Micro Max field, so just consistent results will be rewarded. But Ben Daly still involved in a fight with Harper and Tylee. Four minutes plus 1 lap to go. In this one, plenty of time for overtaking action. But it is Michael Darcy who is in the race lead. Dawson Jones in second, and it's Ben Daly, Jack Harper, Harry Tylee, Matthew Peterson, Robbie Lyons, Cooper Devant, Ben Nicholson, and Ollie McKiernan. And here comes Tylee on the back of Harper, but he's not able to make the move down the inside. Is Harry Tylee. There's a block defending from Jack Harper, so definitely going on the more aggressive defensive front. But Harry Tylee, IGP winner last year, as running the plates. Did win the O plate, the 2025 O plate, but of course Ben Daly won the most recent outing, so he is the one allowed to run the O plate on the side of his cart. They are side by side behind Tylee and Harper. And it is still Jack Harper, number 113 in front, and IAME Rotax racer. Also an IGP podium placer, but didn't take the race win. Was a podium placer 2 years ago in 2024. As down the tram lines they come in through the first corner. Battle for the lead definitely on now between Michael Darcy and Dawson Jones. As Dawson Jones right on the tail of Darcy in a similar fashion to how Harper, or how Tylee I should say, is on the tail of Harper. No move to be made yet amongst the front 2. Quick glance over the right shoulder for Michael Darcy just to keep himself familiar with his surroundings. Dawson Jones is second position, very aware of his surroundings. His surroundings is simply the cart in front as they are pulling away from the 2 behind. So fastest lap of the race actually belonging to Ollie McKiernan in that one. Ollie Ollie McKiernan with the fastest lap of a 47.2. Running in 7th and working his way through the field. His next target is Robbie Lyons. But not able to go for the lunge in through the hairpin. So here come your top two now, and it's Michael Darcy still in the race lead ahead of Dawson Jones. They're trading fastest laps. The entire field is, so track definitely getting drier, hence the track improvements. And it is Ollie McKiernan once again with the fastest lap, so he is the speedy runner. This is your battle for the lead. Michael Darcy, number 175. Dawson Jones, number 143. And here comes Dawson Jones trying it. No, cannot make the move down the inside. Michael Darcy, your championship leader in this class. Dawson Jones second. These are the two championship front runners. But crucially, Dawson Jones has never won the final. Michael Darcy has a win this year. Dawson Jones getting ever closer. Just cannot find a way through. Last lap board will be given this time round. And Rotax Micromax in 2025 was known for its last lap encounters in heats and finals and everything in between. 2026, will it be known for the same? Will it be known for a classic contest between Michael Darcy and Dawson Jones in the final of Heat 3 at Boy? I'm not too sure. Michael Darcy has had a very strong last lap and has pulled a little bit of a gap here, and it should be enough to keep him in front of Dawson Jones on the run down towards the hairpin, unless Dawson Jones gets very brave. How desperate will he be? He sits behind for the time being. Ben Daly and Harry Tyley are going through a similar situation, but Harry Tyley is alongside Ben Daly, and Ben Daly has lost third place to Tyley on the last lap. No move from Jones, he'll have to settle for second. But Ben Daly, who thought he would be on the podium, has lost it on the very final lap, which is a difficult one to take. Through the chicane, Dawson Jones had a look, but it will be Michael Darcy who will take the checkered flag and take the Heat 3 win here in Rotax Micromax. Dawson Jones in second, Harry Tyley in third, ahead of Ben Daly in fourth. Jack Harper inevitably will come home in fifth. Ollie McKiernan recovered to sixth, then it's Robbie Lyons. Cooper Devant, Matthew Peterson. Cooper Devant dropped to the back, so it'll be Peterson, Nicholson, and then Cooper Devant. And that is your 10 Micromax runners here in at Boy for heat number 3. Very interesting final for Rotax Micromax coming up later on this afternoon. That's a good win for Michael Darcy. He will be starting, well, actually, will he be starting from the front? Because although he had two very strong heats, he also had a non-start. So yeah, we'll see how the points are calculated for that one, but it should be a fantastic final nonetheless. It'll be Rotax Minimax that's up next. We have a third different winner in 3 heats. Stick around to find out. So it's our 17 kart grid of Minimax is out next, and Harley Brereton is on pole position alongside Evan McClary. Danny Murphy starts from third. Then it's Ben Lalou, Ollie Meredith, Isaac Ford, Lewis Hazlitt, Ethan Robinson, Freddie Turkington, Evan Peterson, Mitchell Campton, Corey Lyons, Jude Duvant. Then it's Jack Miller, Connor Keown, Dylan Murphy and Elliot Greenough to round out the order. So Harley Brereton getting a taste of front running in Minimax alongside Evan McClary, but keep an eye on row 2 and 3 on the inside, which is Murphy and Meredith, and we will be waved around, so we'll go again, a bit spaced out on that start. Yeah, Ollie Meredith, championship leader, and then Danny Murphy ran very well earlier on this morning, and he is second in the championship. Part of the Rotax prize pool is a free set of Mojo tyres for one driver in each class, and it was won today by Lewis Hazlitt, also of Ohoggle. Reuben Kernahan's nephew. So here they come then, down towards the tram lines once again. And on the inside is Harley Brereton, who gets a good start, and he's nudged in towards the first corner. Ollie Meredith is looking to sneak through as well, but as they come through T2 and 3, it is still Harley Brereton and Evan McClary 1 and 2 in this one. Danny Murphy is in third, and there's a spin for Connor Keown, who gets going but spun on the inside of turn number 3. Now there goes Danny Murphy on the inside, and Danny Murphy has dispatched McClary. He's through. Ollie Meredith is going to look to follow through as well, but couldn't get it done. Yes, he can get it done for the chicane. Didn't look like he could at first, but he has. And oh, there's a bit of contact made. And that is actually Brereton who's fallen down. So McClary's in the lead. Brereton has fallen down the order. Harley Brereton with the blue helmet. Little bit of contact made, but Danny Murphy is up and through, and Ollie Meredith tries to follow through, but he's got his nose chopped off. It is Danny Murphy who now leads Evan McClary. No, he doesn't. He now leads Ollie Meredith, who sneaks his way through, and there was almost contact front or rear wheel to front wheel, but it didn't happen. Ollie Meredith made sure it didn't happen because he knows he's got such a good chance of gaining pole for the final here in this second Minimax race. So Danny Murphy versus Ollie Meredith at the front of this. McClary, Robinson, Lalou, Brereton, Lyons, Miller, Hazlitt, Duvant is your running order for the rest of the top 10. Then it's Ford, Turkington, Campton, Peterson, Greenough, Murphy and Keown who had that spin. And now they're side by side. Top 2, Danny Murphy, Ollie Meredith. Meredith is in the race lead. And Ollie Meredith finds himself back at the front of Minimax once again. Finished second when he started all the way down the back of the order earlier on. And when you see performances like that, that is what makes you think that maybe there is a dominant force in this class here today. But Ollie Meredith, as he takes turn number 1, is in the race lead with 3 minutes and 40 seconds plus 1 lap to go. 3 wins so far this season, first in the championship. Returning from a very successful RMC International Trophy in Le Mans. And he's putting some of his best work on display here in Boy. But further down the order, Ethan Robinson is now ahead of Evan McClary, and he's trying to challenge Danny Murphy. That's Robinson, you can see there in the third place blue race suit of DMS. Harley Brereton unfortunately lost another 2 spaces. He's now behind Jack Miller. And Corey Lyons was in 6th, but he's just overtaken Ben Lalou. That is for 5th position. And now there's a side-by-side battle. And that is McCloughery fighting with Miller as far as I can tell. Or no, McCloughery a little bit in front. That is Miller fighting with Lalu. Jack Miller in the Oran Henry Racing kart, just like his older brother. From Moira County Down, 3 podiums this season for Jack Miller. And he has won a race in UKC in round 4 of the championship. Won every race that day, it was a clean sweep. Ollie Meredith not getting this all his own way. Danny Murphy and Ethan Robinson are very much still with the Castleknock man. As they head through to start the 6th lap of proceedings here in this 3rd and final heat. 1:20 plus 1 lap to go. Ollie Meredith still in the race lead of Minimax after making that move on Danny Murphy after starting on the 3rd row of the grid. Murphy not letting Meredith control this one, and he is right on his tail down towards first corner. And this is the closest they've been in quite some time, and Danny Murphy is really all over the back of Ollie Meredith here, and Meredith could find this very difficult to defend because Danny Murphy has a rocket ship in the back of that cart. He's on a free race podium streak in finals, is Danny Murphy. He very much plans on continuing it and challenging Ollie Meredith for this Rotax Minimax Championship. There is Ethan Robinson. It's just not quite as quick as Danny Murphy, I think, but still well within his own right to be there. The O-Plate winner, Ethan Robinson. A double Bambino champion in Northern Ireland and TKC. As Danny Murphy really close to Meredith. Here they are a little bit further back. So there's your 4th place Evan McCloughery and your 5th place Corey Lyons. It's the steady race that Corey Lyons needed, really. It's been up and down for him this season at times. And now here comes Danny Murphy. Danny Murphy's looking for the race lead on Ollie Meredith. And Danny Murphy has found the race lead off Ollie Meredith. Last lap board is waving for Danny Murphy and Ollie Meredith. And this could well decide starting positions for the final. Murphy ahead, Meredith behind. And Ollie Meredith, is he going to try a lunge in towards the hairpin? Will not like losing this. Down the inside goes Ollie Meredith, and he is ahead. He tries to block it off the apex, but it's not worked. And Danny Murphy tries to switch back and sells Ollie Meredith the dream. Defends for the next hairpin, and it will have to be an almighty lunge for Meredith if he wants to try and win this one. In through the left-hander, down towards the right-hander, nudges Danny Murphy. Ethan Robinson is in this fight now as well. They're going to be free on the run to the line for the chicane, but Danny Murphy didn't let Meredith run away with this one. Kept in it, stayed with it, and that is a win for Danny Murphy, a 2nd of the day. And Ollie Meredith will come home in 2nd, and Ethan Robinson will come home in 3rd. Evan McCloughery in 4th, and it's Corey Lyons in 5th, ahead of Jack Miller in 6th, Jude Durant in 7th, Hardy Burton in 8th, and Lewis Hazlitt in 9th, ahead of Ben Lalu, Isaac Ford, Mitchell Campton, Dylan Murphy, Elliot Greenough, Connor Keown, Freddie Turkington and Evan Peterson to round out the order. It is Junior Max coming up next, folks, but what a great win for Danny Murphy and Minimax. So we continue things moving in quick fashion, and our junior maxes are already out on track and awaiting their race start. It's Jesse Ray Macaulay on pole alongside TJ McKay. Sam McHugh is in third with Liam O'Hagan in fourth. It's then Brogan McDonald and Zach Battersby, Mitchell Elliott, Neaton Barnwell, Fionn English, Wesley Brereton, Charlie Condy, Matthew Deasy and Ian Murphy. Good to see Fionn English out on track after an earlier collision with his teammate Zach Battersby. We've a wave around, so we will go again. But Charlie Condy starting towards the back, the pace setter in this class. Let's see what he can do. Coming up towards the tram tracks now. It is Jesse Ray Macaulay on the inside, and it's a brilliant start for Brogan McDonald. He whipped out of the tram lines early and tried to move down the inside. And TJ McKay, I think, has the race lead here as they head back into our shot. Yes, it's TJ McKay who leads in Junior Max. Charlie Condy already a massive lunge down the inside. Condy has spun there, I think. I think Charlie Condy's rotated round. He went for a massive lunge on the inside. And yet Charlie Condy is way down the order, as well as Brereton. So now it's an even tougher race for Charlie Condy. Went for what seemed like a reckless lunge down the inside, and it just did not work for the Ballygalway man. But it's TJ McKay in the race lead. Jesse Ray Macaulay in second. Liam O'Hagan. Then it's Brogan McDonald and Zach Battersby. Sam McHugh lost 4 positions in that opening segment. Now here's Ethan Barnwell. He just tried to move down the inside there. That was on Sam McHugh. Zach Battersby chasing after Brogan McDonald. They were fighting for the podium places earlier with Fionn English before contact put Battersby and English down the order. And Brogan inherited second position, behind Charlie Condy, of course. So Condy is 0.3 of a second off, or Condy, sorry, he's up to 10th. He is less than half a tenth off Sam McHugh in 10th. And he's ahead of Sam McHugh now. Let's see what Charlie Condy's made of. 5 minutes-ish to go. How far can he get up this Junior Max field? So TJ McKay stretching his legs at the front, despite Jesse Ray Macaulay setting the fastest lap in the last lap, and it's the fastest lap on this lap for TJ McKay. TJ in a cosmic cart. There's Charlie Condy. That's Ian Murphy. He's going to get past if he can pull off the overtake. There's a black and white flag being shown to Wesley Brereton of the 4B team. Condy is down the inside of another cart, and he is up and through, and that puts him ahead of Ian Murphy now, so he's in 9th and chasing after Fionn English. English will be a bit of a tougher task. He's down a quick driver starting down the order as well. All remaining very line astern at the front. It's still TJ McKay in the race lead by 1 second over Macaulay. Then it's Liam O'Hagan and Brogan McDonald with Zach Battersby and Mitchell Elliott, the 2 OHR carts chasing after Brogan. Here comes Liam O'Hagan. Is he going to be able to make a move on Jesse Ray McCauley into the hairpin? No, not quite. McCauley remains in front. McCauley in the Sodi cart. Certainly the Sodi cart of Charlie Condy working well around here, so it's working well for McCauley as well in heat number 3. Charlie Condy, cutting for the field, won the IRL plate here last year. It was a very successful victory for him. Two and a half minutes to go in this one. A top 5 definitely on the cards for Charlie Condy. His last lap was a 41.1. Those in front are doing 41.7s. So that's 0.6 of a second a lap. He's 3 seconds behind. Top 5 will be tough, but it is on. He's lapping quick enough for it to be on, but it's one thing to catch. It's very much another thing to pass. And that could be a lesson Charlie Condy may learn here. Jesse Ray McCauley is proving that theory as Liam O'Hagan catches into this hairpin every time, but just cannot find a way past. And still O'Hagan not able to get through. Brogan McDonald is getting frustrated now because this is holding Brogan up. It's also allowing Zach Battersby. Defensive manoeuvre from Jesse Ray McCauley. So Liam O'Hagan knows he's got a fight on his hand. Spits of rain over at Boy. Shouldn't affect this race too much, very light. And there's 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this one, and not a chance Charlie Condy will be getting a top 5 because he's only 0.3 of a second quicker than the carts in front of him. Unless all chaos starts kicking off in this pack for the mid-fight, a pack for the podium, just like it did in heat number 2, and Brogan McDonald has run wide, and Zach Battersby has snuck through. McDonald back down the inside, and Brogan McDonald successfully defends his position from Battersby, who almost got past. TJ McKay off in the distance in very Condy fashion. Here he is. It's the fight for second that we're all watching. Jesse Ray McCauley has parked up Liam O'Hagan. Pushed him back and back and back for the whole race. But O'Hagan still sits there. Can he try an overtaking attempt? As TJ McKay has just about got an extra lap in, so the last lap board won't be shown. It's this and one more. That gives Charlie Condy more time, but he is 1.3 seconds off the pack. He would need an almighty battle to start breaking out here, and it could well do, because Liam O'Hagan is down the inside of Jesse Ray McCauley, and finally he's pulled it off, or has he? McCauley still has an overlap in towards the right-hander, and it's so close between the two. And Brogan McDonald, as they reach the apex, has chucked one down the inside as well, but not able to work out. Battersby has lost his momentum. There may have been a little nudge from McDonald and his teammates down the inside. That's Mitchell Elliott, who has dove and got past. As last lap board is now shown, TJ McKay leads by 5 seconds as the rest of them head in through here. There's Charlie Condy. He's getting past Ethan Barnwell, and he's past Barnwell. So Barnwell now down to 8th position. And they're not quite side by side at the hairpin just yet. It's Liam O'Hagan who comfortably has second, but Jesse Ray McCauley, can he hold on to third? At a Brogan McDonald, or will Brogan go for broke in towards the right-hander? No, he won't. Charlie Condy is behind Zach Battersby, but Battersby should have enough in through the chicane. Was running a lot higher up in this race. TJ McKay takes the heat-free win. Liam O'Hagan in second, then it's Jesse Ray McCauley in third. Brogan McDonald in fourth, out of Mitchell Elliott, Zach Battersby, Charlie Condy in seventh in the end, Ethan Barnwell in eighth, and it was Ian Murphy, Wesley Brereton, Pierre English, or Fionn English I should say, Stan McHugh and Matthew Deasy. Great Junior Max race. Senior Max and Senior 177 coming up. Our Rotax Senior Max is back out on track now, as well as our Rotax Senior Max 177 class. Lincoln Bevan on pole for the Senior Maxes. Ruben Kernahan alongside. Then Sean Cooney, Carter Mooney, Ben Connolly, Daniel Spillane, Charlie Gardner, Joseph McMahon, Mark Quinn, Noah Taylor, Josh McDonald. Then it's Dylan McDermott, Keith Burke, Ewan Miller, Zach Leckie and Robert Bolster. And then 177 is Liam Kearns, Ben McDowell, Anthony O'Connell, Pádraig Dowdall, Sean Spratt and Mark Shields. Okay, this could be an interesting one in Senior Max. Kernahan on the front row, no doubt one of the ones to beat, but what can Dylan McDermott do from down the back? He won the opening two heats this morning, and as they accelerate towards the tram lines, it is a good start for the man on the outside, Ruben Kernahan, but they're free wide entering in towards turn number 2, and Lincoln Bevan is still involved in this fight here, as is Sean Cooney, and down towards the right-hander, it's Ruben Kernahan who's in the race lead. Here's the 177s, and it is Liam Kearns and Ben McDowell, and McDowell swings it round the outside. And yes, it is Ben McDowell in the lead of 177. Ruben Kernahan in the lead of Senior Max. Dylan McDermott has already made up a remarkable amount of positions. He started in 12th. He's well within the top 10 now, could be in about 8th, but we'll get confirmation of that as they come across the start-finish line. Ruben Kernahan leads Sean Cooney and Lincoln Bevan. Dylan McDermott is in exactly 8th position. That's an incredible call from not counting. Great start for Noah Taylor as well, also in 4 positions, equally as good a start as Dylan McDermott got. Lincoln Bevan still trying to fight, as is Ben Connolly. Carter Mooney involved in this as well. And Lincoln Bevan is pushing Sean Cooney into the hairpin. Carter Mooney is just behind him, and oh, spin! That's Lincoln Bevan, or Sean Cooney, who's gone round rather. Was in second, and Lincoln Bevan was pushing him. He's pushed him too far. And that, unfortunately, is Sean Cooney, who has gone plummeting down the order. Dylan McDermott now up to 6th position, and you can see him there trying to make a move work on Noah Taylor. And now, is McDermott going to try it down the inside on Taylor? No. He already is. Noah Taylor ran wide. And that wasn't the best defensive manoeuvre from Noah Taylor. Carter Mooney now trying it on the outside of Ben Conley. He wants to get closer to Ruben Kernahan up the front. Kernahan has ran away, the Senior Max champion. Now Dylan McDermott on the inside, and oh, contact! McDermott went up the side, and that is Ben Conley, who's spun round. And it's another incident in Senior Max, but Dylan McDermott may have damage because of that. He went for the move on the inside. Part of the cart certainly raised. on the DMS chassis of Dylan McDermott. There's Noah Taylor looking for a position. McDermott is now further down the order. I think he's behind Charlie Gardner. And there's problems for someone else as well. It's all drama in Senior Max. The next name is Ruben Kernahan, who's going for a beautiful Sunday drive at the front. McDermott's down to 60s behind Joseph McMahon, and McMahon has good pace in this, so he'll be difficult to overtake. There's Noah Taylor now, the cork in the bottle. Carter Mooney has ran away in second position, and down the inside goes Charlie Gardner, gets past Noah Taylor, and Joseph McMahon may look to follow through. Oh no, Gardner's not got past Noah Taylor, so Taylor on the switchback. McDermott's got past McMahon, so his next target will be Charlie Gardner in the DMS, his fellow teammate. And oh, look at this, we're almost 3 wide across the start finish line, but they all remain clean, and Dylan McDermott has come out on top in this fight, I think, has he? Yes, Dylan McDermott now finds himself in third. Charlie Gardner falling down to 6th. McDermott, it's now, the onus is on him to try and catch his teammate and championship rival Carter Mooney, and to try catch Ruben Kernahan up the front as well. Ruben Kernahan leads. Number 401. Championship winner last season with 2 wins, has not taken one here this year. He's won NW plates, IGP plates, B plates, a few ceramic plates maybe at home. As there's a move down the inside from, I think that's Ewan Miller. It's either Ewan Miller or Keith Burke, one of the Oren Henry racing carts that is now ahead of Noah Taylor. Well, I think they both could well be. And we have someone pulled off. There's one driver out of this one and stood out of the cart. It's Ben Conley. So Conley did not get re-going, and now there is Dylan McDermott and Joseph McMahon. And McMahon with the fastest lap on the last lap fancies challenging the O-Plate winner in towards the hairpin. So McDermott standing on the podium is not totally confirmed yet. And Ruben Kernahan's win I don't think is totally confirmed yet either, because Carter Mooney is slowly starting to catch. It'll be a tall order, but could well do it. Joseph McMahon weaves his way through the chicane, and oh, that's a very dangerous place for a car to be stopped, so yellow flags are out in that sector. Thankfully that cart is out of the way. In terms of 177, we haven't touched on it much. Ben McDowell is the race leader. Second place Liam Kearns, then it's Pádraig Dowdall in third. Sean Spratt has fallen to the back of the 177 field. So still Ruben Kernahan in the race lead. Carter Mooney in second, then Dylan McDermott in third. The three powerhouses of Rotax Senior Max Racing. Joseph McMahon is behind in fourth, another front runner in the championship. He's fourth in it this year, finished seventh last year, one podium last year, one win this year, took it in Nuts Corner. So it'll be this and one more to complete our final heat race of the day. We are then into finals time. The ones I think everyone waits for. So Dylan McDermott stretching his legs a little bit. Daniel Spillane got past Zach Leckie on the last lap. They are still in a fight. So more yellow flags out and waving. A lot of the overtaking opportunities are fairly limited due to the waved yellows. The medic on standby on the track as well, so hopefully everyone is A-OK. There's your leader, Ruben Kernahan. I think Ruben's got to be delighted that this is not the final race distance. And there we go, that's that driver that's out. That's Zach Leckie. That's Zach Leckie in the Nuts corner car. Oh, so disappointing for him. A former Rotax Grand Finalist, was second here last year and lost the win through some bad luck. And oh, there is the checker. Never mind, there is the checker. That's been called a bit early, but Ruben Kernahan is your race winner. Carter Mooney in second, Dylan McDermott in third, Joseph McMahon in fourth. Keith Burke then is in fifth position, Daniel Spillane in sixth out of Lincoln Bevan, Josh McDonnell, Ewan Miller, Mark Quinn in 10th, and it was Charlie Gardner fell to 11th out of Sean Cooney in 12th. Ben McDowell in 13th. 14th then is Noah Taylor. 15th we have Liam Cairns. Liam Cairns winner. Ben McDowell winner actually in 177. Overtook Noah Taylor. So then Liam Cairns in 177 second, then Dowdle, Shields, O'Connell and Spratt. Non-finishes in that one for Leckie, Bolster and Conley. Ben Conley is receiving some medical attention in the medical centre, so hopefully he is A-OK. But that is our heat races completed, and it is now finals time, starting with our IAME cadets. So it's finals time here at event 7 of the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships. And we start with our IAME cadets. Jack Harney on pole, Ada O'Brien in second, Sam McCullough in third, Nicholas Odysseus in fourth, then Joey Waters, Mate Dabija, Daniel Crowe, Tucker Frayne, Rian Spratt, Will Larkham, Tiernan O'Brien and Killian O'Sullivan to round out the order. Harney and O'Brien on the front row. This could get very interesting. It's a very important race for the championship, as are all these finals for the championship. So they're coming down towards the tram lines now. Are we wave around? No, we're gone racing, and it's a fantastic start for Jack Harney. Ada O'Brien not getting the getaway she would have wanted, and I think Sam McCullough may have well gone through as well as they head for the left-hander. No, O'Brien still in second, so can chase after Jack Harney, but it's the start of dreams for Jack Harney. Could well be looked at as a potential jump, but I almost thought it was waved around with the launch he got. Well, your O-Plate runner is in the race lead in the 9-minute plus 1 lap IAME Cadet final. And Ada O'Brien looking to chase after, as is Mate Dabija, but Dabija is down the order. Of course, had that non-finish in the opening heat, so has some work to do, but Dabija is back up to fourth and chasing after Sam McCullough. So Mate Dabija is certainly a factor in this final, as is Tucker Frayne, who you can see behind the two teammates, Dabija and Frayne. As they head through the right-handers now. And there goes Mate Dabija on the inside of Sam McCullough, and now he's on the outside heading for the hairpin, and they're very, very close, and goes back on the inside. That is a pro move from Mate Dabija. Tucker Frayne is looking to follow through as well, and yes, gets it done. Sam McCullough leaves adequate racing room on the outside. Excellent battling from all three. And now Mate Dabija and Tucker Frayne find themselves in third and fourth, and chasing after Jack Harney and Ada O'Brien at the front of this field. Fastest lap of the race for Jack Harney on the last lap. Gap stands at 5.5 tenths of a second between himself and championship leader Ada O'Brien. So there is Dabija and Tucker Frayne. Mate Dabija, a podium this season, third in the championship. Tucker Frayne, a podium this season as well. They're fighting for a second here. Fastest lap to Ada O'Brien. So O'Brien not getting the race start she would have wanted, not letting it affect her, putting the head down, pushing on to chase after Jack Harney, the youngest IAME class here today. Cadet karting is where stars are born. Jack Harney and Ada O'Brien, both certainly stars in 2026. And they have 5 minutes and 55 seconds to duke it out for the race win. Any battle will allow Mate Dabija and Tucker Frayne into the contest, but they just don't seem to have the pace to keep up with the front two, but also have the pace to pull away from Sam McCullough. So it could be a 2-horse race for first and a 2-horse race for third. We are like Noah's Ark here in Athboy. It was similar to the great flood conditions earlier on this morning, but it's nice and dry and hot now. 22 degrees track temperature, perfect for karting. Track surface nice and dry. Ada O'Brien, another fastest lap and the closest she has been this race. But Jack Harney does not give up in Tillotson. He's been ran very close by Harley Burton on many occasions. Burton even beating him on a couple, but Harney has been there all the way till the last lap, even if he doesn't have the outright pace. Doesn't seem like he has the outright pace to keep up with Ada O'Brien here, but trust me, this is not a one and done move by Ada, and Jack Harney will continue in the fight, even if she gets it done. So, just over 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in IAME Cadet. And there's a 2-horse race up front. Ada O'Brien and Jack Harney. 1 win last year for Harney. Looking to match that this year. Is the young member of the Cadet Motorclub. Tate Abish is still in front of Tucker Frayne in the fight for third, so no changes in the positions over the last couple of laps. Behind Frayne, it's McCullough, then it's Odysseus, Will Larkham, then it's Daniel Crowe, Tiernan O'Brien, Rian Spratt, and unfortunately a bit of bad luck for Joey Waters down the back of the order. So Harney under a lot of pressure from Ada O'Brien here, but is coping with it very well indeed in the final of the IAME Cadets. And O'Brien just still not close enough for an overtake. Harney will very much be aware of where Ada O'Brien is, but not close enough to make a move stick unless it was a reckless lunge. But even though she's one of the youngest racers in the paddock, Ada O'Brien does not go for rash moves and certainly has a sense of maturity. But this is a great overtaking opportunity now, and Jack Harney, just able to pull the switch back. Ada O'Brien couldn't get it stopped. She'll try again. Is it going to be a similar result though? No, it isn't. And that is Ada O'Brien up and into the race lead here, the IAME Cadet final. Fastest lap in the last lap from O'Brien. Now Harney has to try and find a way past before Ada O'Brien pulls off into the sunset. 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in the first final of the afternoon, and Jack Harney is right on the bumper with the number 610 in front. Goes for the outside line for surely a swap to the inside, but Ada O'Brien is very aware of it and will remain in front on the run back down towards the track. And Jack Harney sneaks on the inside, and they're side by side at the apex. Ada O'Brien with a more preferential line for the corner, so Jack Harney is not able to pull it off, but he's got a nose in front now. O'Brien still on the outside though, inside I should say, has the inside line for the hairpin, and through the chicane, still in the race lead. It's another great fight in IAME Cadet, what we've almost come to expect at this point, and especially here today in Atboy. In for the first corner, Ada O'Brien still in the race lead. Jack Harney tucked up right behind. He's like Knight Rider in the all black cart, but he's looking to try and get back into the race lead, and he has ran in since he started on pole position. Still nip and tuck, still not decided. Harney's going to go for the inside. No, stays behind. More sensible approach. As they head through the chicane. Oh, so close into the first corner. Harney all over the rear bumper of Ada O'Brien now. And down towards the right-hander. Here's Jack Harney. Is it going to be last of the late breakers? No, Ada O'Brien, such a smart defender. And just runs the right line for the corner, so Jack Harney can't really go for the inside or the outside. This is so close between these two. Jack Harney has got to try it down the inside, but Ada O'Brien has the momentum around the outside, and oh no, we've gone red flag. And there is a serious incident out on circuit, folks, so red flag. and it is Rian Spratt. Unfortunately involved. Both drivers are up and standing. Most importantly, it was a kart landing on top of a driver, but medics and team on the scene. But that will be the conclusion of our IAME Cadet final. So if you're just joining us, red flag on the last lap of the IAME Cadet final for a serious incident involving Rian Spratt, but Rian is sat up on the barrier, helmet off, talking to the medical team and his dad Sean, which is a good sign. He's now standing and seems to be relatively okay. It's just a very scary accident for any driver, let alone someone of a young age. Rian Wills received the correct medical attention, but just early signs look that he's okay. So just one thing to note there on that incident. The crash occurred and the kart landed on top of Rian Spratt, but Joey Waters pulled over and took the kart off Rian. So Joey, a true sportsman, and that is a very commendable trait to have in a young racer. So hats off to Joey there. No update for you now, folks. Stick with us. So folks, our IAME Cadet race result was official. We'll be getting Junior X30 started very shortly. The good news is Ryan Spratt receiving medical attention at the circuit after his accident. Although you may be thinking that that's not good news. It's not great, but it's a lot better than him having to leave the circuit for medical attention, as it results in a non-serious injury. So just full confirmation coming to us in the broadcast HQ here, folks. Ryan Spratt A-OK, just a bit shook, as any racer would be after a nasty crash. But his welfare the most important thing, and that thankfully is great news. So we move onwards with our programme. We'll give you full confirmation of IAME Cadet results when they come through to us, but it's just a case of counting back on time and things like that. But we'll move on to our IAME Junior X30s. And on pole position is Jack McLaughlin, Charlie Blair alongside, then Zach Burke, Ian Carey, James Nolan, Andrew McCullough, Sophie Campbell, Martin Shannon, Danny Dempsey, Ben McClory, Senna McLaughlin, Jack Murphy, Cavan Hayes, Liam Buckley, Danny Mulvey, Oscar Miller, Jamie Mulvey, Declan Purvis, John Foley Jr., Joey Carney, Mikey Kelly, Bobby Conley, Chad Lehman, and Lily Rose Hughes. So 10 minutes and 1 lap. McLaughlin and Blair on the front row, Burke, Carey. This could be a very interesting race as they head down the tram lines now, and it is Jack McLaughlin immediately in the race lead, and Charlie Blair is looking for this one around the outside. Good start for Zach Burke too, as they're heading through the left-hander. It is Burke who was up to second position, and James Nolan in third, a name that hasn't been said much today. So Jack McLaughlin in a comfortable lead. No pictures at the moment for you folks. Sorry, apologies about that. But there is Jack McLaughlin heading through. Charlie Blair in second. Zach Burke in third. And it's Ian Carey in fourth position. Down towards the first corner. Fastest lap of the race goes to Jack McLaughlin. Zach Burke then in second. Charlie Blair, Ian Carey, James Nolan, Andrew McCullough, Sophie Campbell, Martin Shannon. And it's Senna McLaughlin, Danny Dempsey in 10th position. So Dempsey down one from where he started. So Jack McLaughlin, fastest lap of the race, still in the lead by 2.3 over Zach Burke. Charlie Blair then in third. Andrew McCullough spot gained over James Nolan. Sophie Campbell then in seventh. Danny Dempsey in 8th position, up 2. So thanks for bearing with us, folks. Back now, and it is still Jack McLaughlin in the lead, but there's problems for Andrew McCullough, who has pulled off. So there is your leaders heading in through the left-hander. It's Jack McLaughlin in front by 3 seconds now. The dominant force of Junior X30 here today. He's taken his pole position and ran with it so far. 7 minutes down in this one. Danny Dempsey getting past Sophie Campbell, his fellow cadet rival and good friend. As here is the battle for the front running positions. There goes Danny Dempsey. It's another one. He's past James Nolan now, as that is the battle for second between Blair, Carey and Burke. Thanks for bearing with us through a few technical gremlins, folks, but we're all good to go now for the remaining 6 minutes plus a lap of this Junior X30 final. Now Ian Carey putting the pressure on Charlie Blair. Down the inside. No, can't make it stick. Ian Carey stays in third. Ian Carey racing his first year in junior. One of the local Meath stars here in Athboy. 2 wins in cadet last year. Raced in the Warrior finals as well in 2024. And has really put up an exceptional account of himself on his first year racing junior karts. Rain coming down out on the circuit now. That'll make things a little bit slippy. And if you're Jack McLaughlin, you just have to control it from the front. For the rest of them battling, it gets a little bit more difficult. You want to keep going quick, but sometimes taking the foot off the loud pedal that little bit earlier in the wet conditions may result in you getting the place anyways. And Charlie Blair a little bit slow in for the hairpin. Following the statement that was just said, but nonetheless, Ian Carey carrying that little bit more grip in through the chicane and accelerating. Out of the final corner they go. 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Jack McLaughlin still putting in purple times. Danny Dempsey putting in the fastest lap there. He's a man with a mission. He's had some awful bad luck today, Danny Dempsey. From the very start of Heat 1 to the very end of Heat 2. To right the wrongs of Athboy and get a strong result here, and he is doing so, running 5th so far. Currently second in the championship and has not had a win or a podium. Here comes Ian Carey trying it down the inside, and there's contact made, and that's going to allow Zach Burke through, and Burke is able to get past Charlie Blair as they bounce their way for the chicane. Ian Carey rubbing his racing, as they say, and now Burke goes for the outside, but he has Charlie Blair on the inside, and Charlie Blair, it's another little bit of contact. Blair's got a bit of a hip check there, and Danny Dempsey is now on the back of Blair down towards the hairpin, and Blair, aggressive, gets past Zach Burke, and Danny Dempsey does what he did in the heats to get past, and he was following Ben McCloughery through earlier on. He follows Zach Burke through now, but Blair able to get back past. It's James Nolan behind all these, and there's Ben McCloughery. He's on the tail of James Nolan's orange and black cart. 3 minutes 40 left in this one. And all wide, oh, problems for Carey, problems for Ian Carey, and oh no, he goes dropping down the order for what could have been such a strong result. He pulls off to the left of the first corner, and Ian Carey is out of the X30 Junior final. How unfortunate is that? James Nolan sneaks his way through ahead. And oh, such bad luck for Carey. There goes Danny Dempsey. Danny Dempsey's up to second position. He's ahead of Charlie Blair. And Charlie Blair tries to dive it back down the inside. Dempsey now has the opportunity to pull a gap. So Charlie Blair now has the work to do behind Danny Dempsey. Charlie Blair try and get back down the inside, very aggressive. Couldn't pull it off, the number 720. Won the IRL plate in 2025. 10th in the championship as of current. Had one win in IAME Cadet last year. The Cadet racers are really putting on the show here in Junior. And Senna McLaughlin now within this fight as well. Incredible scrapping. Danny Dempsey's up to second, and there's James Nolan. Parks on the brakes with Ben McCloughery behind. Andrew McCullough in the fight now as well, as there's a little bit of a schism in it. They were all a lot closer a few moments ago. And James Nolan and Ben McCloughery both literally being pushed down the straights. But Dempsey and Blair in front. And oh, someone's run wide. And that's James Nolan. And oh, wide again is McCloughery. Is it McCloughery or is it Dempsey? This is chaos in the Junior X30. And oh, McCloughery's round! There goes Ben McCloughery. Or Jack Murphy, that is, sorry. McCloughery was pinballed within it as well, but that is Jack Murphy who's gone round. Apologies, not Ben McCloughery. So Jack Murphy in the 722. Another one who's just had terrible bad luck all day. Ben McCloughery was pinballed around, but pinballed in a straight line and will remain in 10th place, so he's lost 4 spots. These two are away from the rest of the carnage. And now this is the fight further back. Senan McLaughlin, Andrew McCullough. Joey Carney's even involved in the fight here now. He started down the order but gained a handful of spaces with McCloughery and with Murphy dropping down the order. Less than a minute in this one, plus 1 lap. I mean, if you're Jack McLaughlin, you're on an easy streak compared to what these guys are putting up with for their positions. Look at the train of X30 juniors. Current running order is Dempsey, Blair, Burke, McLaughlin, McCullough, Nolan, Carney, Hayes and McCloughery. And there is second place, Danny Dempsey, looking for a podium in junior. He was on pole this morning, but just had awful bad luck throughout the day. There's a black and white flag being shown to Andrew McCullough, number 714. It's all calmed down a little bit. Drivers happy enough with their positions, it seems, for the time being. gives Jack McLaughlin in another stratosphere as last lap board is being shown. Charlie Blair looking down on the podium here. Senna McLaughlin trying to get past Zach Burke. That is for fourth. They're all fighting damper conditions now as the rain starts to come down that little bit heavier. Last lap board for Jack McLaughlin. Brennan Tech's Jack McLaughlin. He knows nothing but winning this year. And that's Danny Dempsey glancing over his shoulder, but Jack McLaughlin is in through the final couple of corners now. And Danny Dempsey seems as defended from Charlie Blair. Checkered flag ready to drop as Jack McLaughlin comes across the line to take his third win of the season. Danny Dempsey's looking to hold on to second as Charlie Blair is right on his bumper, and Danny Dempsey will reap the rewards of a very hard day's work with second position. Great result for Charlie Blair, who will come home in third in the number 720. First podium of the season for Blair, who's 10th in the championship coming into the round. Senna McLaughlin in fourth, and Zach Burke in fifth. Joey Kearney in sixth, Cavan Hayes in seventh, and James Nolan. Sophie Campbell with a good recovery up to ninth. Then Jamie Mulvey in 10th. Then it's Ben McClory, Chad Lehman, Danny Mulvey, Oscar Miller, Declan Purvis, Mikey Kelly. Then it's Martin Shannon, Ben Connolly, Liam Buckley, Jack Murphy, Lily Rose Hughes, John Foley, Andrew McCullough, and oh so unfortunate, a non-finish for Ian Carey. So that's X30 Junior, folks. It's X30 Senior coming up after this, and it could be another good fight. Tyke Buckley the favourite to take it. So now it's our X30 Senior race. Tyke Buckley on pole, John Norris alongside him. What can Norris do? Sean Hogan third, then it's Andre Davigia. Then to run you through quickly, it's Buckley, Agnew, O'Connor, Holmes, Hart, Murphy, Craughwell, Crosby, Kavanagh, English, Murphy, Allen, Hennessy, O'Neill, and Emer Carey put to the back of the grid here. Did see Carey complaining to the COC about something, but that's obviously what it is, as it's Tyke Buckley and John Norris on the front row. The newcomer to senior karting and the ever so experienced Masters racer. Now they accelerate towards the tram lines, and Tyke Buckley gets away well. It's not a good start for John Norris, who's under a lot of pressure already, and Sean Hogan has found a way through as there's a few nudges, a few bumps in for the first couple of corners, but nothing you wouldn't expect from senior karting. And Tyke Buckley is in the race lead ahead of John Norris. So Norris has stayed in second position, and Sean Hogan has gone falling behind Andre Davigia. So Brennan Tech not getting it all their own way for the first time really this season. As they head in through the chicane, Tyke Buckley though, it's still a fantastic lead over Norris. Or over Davigia, I should say. So it's Andre, or is it? No, it is John Norris ahead of Davigia, apologies. So John Norris still in second, Andre Davigia in third from a distance. Both cards look almost identical. Sean Hogan in fourth, then it's Luke Agnew who's up to fifth. Jack Buckley only in sixth position. But Tyke Buckley, look at the rate he's gone away at the front. And big move down the inside from Hogan on Andre Davigia, but you've got to get up earlier in the morning to pull that one on Andre Davigia. Very aware of the situation. A man who has fought for the high places in Senior X30 before. And he stays in third place, a former IWF racer. And oh, there's a spin! And that is your number 803. That is Luke Agnew. It was gone round. It was just blocked by the XPS side. That is Luke Agnew, who spun round the T-Sport man out of Newry. Very disappointing for Luke. Was running fifth, running very steady, but just had a spin at the hairpin that seems to be catching out a few people today. Caught out Charlie Condy in the Junior Max heats. So John Morris, fastest lap of the race in the last lap. He's setting his sights on Tyke Buckley. He's pulled away from Andre Davigia. As there's the two Brennan Tech karts fighting. That's Sean Hogan. I know it's a little bit further back actually, Hogan. A bit of separation to Jack Buckley behind him. There's Hogan on the back of Andre Davigia. There is your chasing man, John Morris. But Tyke Buckley, I should say, responded very well on the last lap with a fastest lap of his own. And the reigning junior champion is looking good for another senior win. Andre Davigia has lost the spot to Sean Hogan, one of the championship contenders in the 811 car. Sean Hogan up to third place and on the podium. Ninth in the championship coming into this year was Hogan. He took 3 wins last year. As Rory O'Connor of NCM is putting Jack Buckley under a lot of pressure. Rory O'Connor with a very funny statement back a few years ago, saying his dream was to be a builder during the week and a Formula 1 driver at the weekends. I'd love to know if that's still the case, but Rory O'Connor certainly building the framework here for an overtake on defending champion Jack Buckley. Tyke Buckley still in the lead by 1.4 seconds, and himself and John Norris are looking confirmed for first and second. Third definitely not decided, and that's Sean Hogan with Andre Davigia behind, and Jack Buckley and Rory O'Connor just a little bit behind them. Michaela Hart still in contention here as well, and Michaela deserves a good result today. The pace has been absolutely excellent. Just because you deserve it doesn't mean you get it, and unfortunately that is the nature of motorsport. 6 minutes and 1 lap to go here in Senior X30. Still plenty of the race to go. It's all single file through. Michaela Hart chases after Rory O'Connor. Adam Holmes behind them in the 813, another Mead racer for Oran Henry Racing. A list as long as your arm of achievements. Second in Junior X30 last season, with 1 win and 2 podiums. He's third in this championship, took the win last time out in White River Park. Won the C Plate in Junior Max last year. Won the T Plate in Senior Max. He is fighting for 7th position with Rory O'Connor now, because Michaela Hart has got past Rory O'Connor. O'Connor slowly falling into the clutches of Adam Holmes. Well, maybe not, because I think Holmes has fallen off a little bit here. No, Holmes still in contention. as John Norris slowly being reeled in by Sean Hogan. So 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in Senior X30. First and second may well be decided. Well, second not really decided. First may be decided, but the fight for the podium is still continuing on. Two very experienced racers in the form of Sean Hogan, and even if he is very young, very experienced, Andre Dabaja. And then it's the double champ, Jack Buckley, right behind them. I wonder will there be any teamwork at play. Buckley and Hogan, both teammates in Brennan Tech. Andre Dabaja with no teammates near. Well, John Norris in theory, but John Norris is in front and has a gap, so he's not exactly going to be backing up Sean Hogan to allow Andre Dabaja through. In terms of the Masters runners, John Norris, of course, one of them, as is Shane Crosby. So John Norris will take the Masters win, which is a class sort of embedded within the class here. Emer Carey from the back, currently in 12th position. 10th in the championship coming into the round. Emer's ran very well today, but just was put to the back of the grid for this one. Now chasing down Joel Murphy. Number 808, JJ, as he's sometimes better known as. Another IAME Warrior finalist in 2025, not a T-Sport runner. He had one podium last year, but running 16th in the championship this year, not as successful for Joel Murphy. And there's a swap. There is Jack Buckley ahead of Andre Dabaja, and Dabaja has Michaela Hart right behind him, and Michaela may try and sneak her way through. No, Dabaja blocks it off for now. Maybe Andre Dabaja's lack of seat time across the last couple of months is affecting him late in the race here. And Michaela Hart is right on his bumper. Minute and a half plus 1 lap to go here in this IAME X30 Senior Final. Tyke Buckley gone, absolutely gone out in front. John Norris is holding on to second here, but Sean Hogan is putting in a really good stint to try and catch and pass, and he's well within overtaking range now. If he could just string a couple of good corners together, he'll have a better opportunity. And that'll invite his teammate Jack Buckley into the contest, as well as it will invite Dabaja and Hart. Rory O'Connor is just struggling to keep up with this pack. You can see him there in the blue behind Michaela Hart. But not long left, 3 laps. Towards the back, Josh Allen makes a move past Ronan Hennessy for 16th. They're chasing Daniel Kavanagh now. Luke Agnew fell to 18th after that spin. Could well have been a technical problem then for Luke Agnew, as I think very close is Jack Buckley on the back of Sean Hogan. As we head on to the second final lap now, John Norris is under a lot of pressure, and the two Brennan Techs are going to swap here, it seems. Jack Buckley trying it down on the inside on Sean Hogan, and as they head through the long sweeping left-hander, it is the defending champion who is in front, Jack Buckley. And Sean Hogan's under a lot of pressure now from Dabaja, and Hart is trying to get past Dabaja at the same time, and it's all kicking off here in X30 Senior, and Andre Dabaja dives down the inside after a little bit of contact, and Sean Hogan has fallen off the podium altogether, and Andre Dabaja around the outside. That's a beauty of a move from the NCM man, and Michaela Hart now in contention here, and Michaela Hart has got it done as well. Or does she? No, contact for the chicane, and now Rory O'Connor is in the back of this fight as well, and Rory O'Connor cannot find a way past Michaela Hart. Tyke Buckley, John Norris, Jack Buckley, the current podium. John Norris looks home and dry in second because of that fighting. The real fight now is between Rory O'Connor and Michaela Hart. And Andre Daviger is still in fourth position. He's not on the podium, of course, because Tyke Buckley is so far up the road, it's easy to forget that he's actually in this race. But it is going to be a Tyke treble in 2026 as the checkered flag will drop for the race winner across the line. And that is a fantastic win for Tyke Buckley. John Morris in second, then it's Jack Buckley in third. And what ended up being a very entertaining X30 senior fight. Andre Davigev in fourth, Sean Hogan is in fifth, Rory O'Connor in sixth, and Michaela Hart in seventh. Adam Holmes in eighth, ahead of Aaron Murphy in ninth. Jack Crockwell comes home in 10th, Emer Carey in 11th. Then it was Joel Murphy, Jamie English, Shane Crosby, Daniel Kavanagh, Josh Allen, Luke Agnew, Ronan Hennessy and Shane O'Neill to round out our IAME action here today in Attaboy. We still have all our Rotax finals to come and a lot of entertaining action. But it was the front runners' day in IAME. Rotax Micromax up in a few moments.
So when I was younger, I used to like, when you know, I used to be like, used to be thinking you could never sign like, oh, that's what I know. Oh yeah, no, it's just not a song there. It's not this one.
So now it's our Rotax Micromax final, with Dawson Jones starting from pole position, Ben Daly alongside Harry Tyley in third, Michael Darcy is in fourth, Ollie McKiernan and Jack Harper on row 3, then Robbie Lyons and Cooper Duvant on row 4, with Ben Nicholson and Matthew Peterson on row number 5. So Michael Darcy's been probably the pace setter of the class so far this weekend, but he's starting fourth. So Dawson Jones and Ben Daly will be looking to get the run at the front as they're down towards the tram lines now. And we go racing for the final in Micromax. Good start from your Paulman. Good start from Ben Daly around the outside. And Ben Daly's in front. O-plate runner, race lead. And it's Dawson Jones in second. Harry Tyley is looking for this one as well. How Harry Tyley would love a win here at that boy. And Michael Darcy is slowly slipping a little bit. Oh no, Michael Darcy, apologies, up to third. It's Harry Tyley who's slipping, and Harry Tyley has just been overtaken by Ollie McKiernan. So McKiernan and Tyley side by side, but Harry Tyley able to defend it. And it is Ben Daly in the race lead. Now battle for the lead on, and that is Michael Darcy and Dawson Jones both going for the race lead. And Ben Daly is under a lot of pressure here, the Corkonian, from Dawson Jones, who's going to try it on the inside, the outside. Where does he look? He can't go the inside because Michael Darcy has occupied that space, and Michael Darcy is up to second position now. Beauty of a move from Darcy, and it is looking real good for Michael Darcy. He's exceptional pace in this final so far. Ben Daly is going to have to be all elbows out. And Harry Tyley under pressure from Ollie McKiernan now as well. As down into the first corner goes Michael Darcy to take the race lead in the Micromax final. What an excellent move by the championship leader. And Ben Daly is now down to second position. Michael Darcy in front. Dawson Jones is under a lot of pressure from Tyley, and Tyley has used his Micromax experience to pull that one off. He's up to third. And Ollie McKiernan is trying to sneak his way through as well. But the race lead now belongs to Michael Darcy. So down towards the first corner, 4 minutes and a half left on the clock. Michael Darcy not dropping Ben Daly just yet, so Daly still keeping with the race leader, and that's a little bit wide from Michael Darcy. That will allow Ben Daly a run down towards the hairpin once again, and look at him in the slipstream with a cart in front. Doesn't lunge one down the inside. Fourth and fifth, apologies, almost fighting. That is Dawson Jones and Ollie McKiernan, and Harry Tyley is on the tail of Ben Daly now. Ben Daly running his O-plate. Harry Tyley running his IGP plate. Two of the plate winners this year. Harry Tyley will be trying to defend his IGP plate in a few weeks in what is a Rotax championship round. That doesn't matter now. All that matters now is him trying to get past Ben Daly. He can plan an attack on race leader Michael Darcy. Daly staying with the race leader. It's very hard to pull away in Micromaxes, what the last couple of seasons have taught us. And Michael Darcy struggling with that same fate. Here's Harry Tyley. Tyley down the inside on Ben Daly, and the OH man is now up to second position. Harry Tyley still in championship pursuit with 2 wins so far on the board this year. Now he's on the tail of the race leader Michael Darcy, and Tyley's down the inside. Darcy, such experience to hang it around the outside. Not an easy move to do, and Tyley's on the inside now. He's being pushed all the way on the grass. Michael Darcy using every bit of asphalt that he can. just leaving Harry Tiley the minimum space required, and Harry Tiley is going to try and move down the inside here once again. Darcy looking to hang it around the outside. Oh, he can. He's driving like a veteran of 20 years out on track is Michael Darcy, just keeping it on the outside, making Tiley panic a little bit, and now Ollie McKiernan and Ben Daly are in the fight, and Ben Daly down the inside, McKiernan looking for it as well. Daly is through, and that'll give Michael Darcy a bit of breathing room at the front. What a scrap this is at the front of the Micromaxes. With a minute and 50 to go, Michael Darcy just cannot pull away, even when it looks like he will. Tiley almost pushing Daly into the corners. Didn't have an overlap, so he couldn't go for it. And now they're side by side. Ben Daly and Harry Tiley. Down towards the first corner. Michael Darcy not under pressure this time, but Ben Daly certainly is. Harry Tiley into the slipstream of Daly. Is he able to try and move? McKiernan's going to try one on Tiley. No, not going to work out. Tiley was closer, and he was able to get on the inside as Ben Daly ran a little bit wide through that corner. These two can't afford to trip over each other anymore. The race win is gone, and Harry Tiley is looking for it around the outside, but Ben Daly just running the smart defensive lines. His dad at Daily Motorsport definitely thought him that one. And Ben Daly still in contention now. 2 more laps left. This plus 1 more. Here in the Micromax final. Harry Tiley on the inside. Gets in front. He's in second position. But this is brilliant news if your name is Michael Darcy, because they're all tripping over each other. And it's allowing Darcy to run away a little bit at the front. But Harry Tiley is still in contention. And it wouldn't be the first time Harry Tiley was able to pull off a miracle on the last lap. He did it to win his O plate last year. He did it to win his IGP plates. Can he do it to win a championship round here on that boy? Ollie McKiernan has got past Ben Daly. Last lap, boards at the ready. Here in Micromax, it's Michael Darcy versus Harry Tiley, and Michael Darcy defends into the first corner. Number 175 versus the IGP plate, down towards the hairpin. Michael Darcy's looking for his second win of the season. Harry Tiley is looking for his third into the hairpin. The championship leader defends. And Harry Tiley, he has the overlap. They're going to be side by side in through the long right-hander. Tiley's on the outside once again. Michael Darcy leaves him the limited number of space. He plants it on the apex. He's able to stay in front. It's going to have to be a miracle lunge by Harry Tiley. But if anyone can do it, he can do it. Michael Darcy blocks him off. Michael Darcy cuts off the avenue. And Michael Darcy could well win the run to the line here. It's a double for the season for Darcy. What a composed race win for number 175 from 4th on the grid. That is class from Michael Darcy. Had to defend the whole race from Tiley, from Daly, and he's able to pull it off. Harry Tiley will pick up a podium in second place, and Ollie McKiernan will stand on the podium in third for the third time this season. Ben Daly, unfortunately, it's only 4th for him. Jack Harper in 5th, and Dawson Jones in 6th. Robbie Lyons in 7th. Cooper Devant, Ben Nicholson and Matthew Peterson as the full complement of 10 cross the checkered flag. Michael Darcy does it again. Minimax coming up soon. It's Rotax Minimax final time as Oliver Meredith drives on to take pole position. Danny Murphy second, then Ethan Robinson, Corey Lyons, Evan McCloughery, Jack Miller, Jude Duvant, Harley Brereton, then it's Lewis Hazlitt, Ben Lalu, Connor Keown, Isaac Ford, Dylan Murphy, Freddie Turkington, Mitchell Campton, Elliot Greenough and Evan Peterson. So down towards the tram lines, Ollie Meredith on pole position with Danny Murphy alongside him, the two Minimax contenders, and Ollie Meredith is off and away at the front. He's got a good start, and Danny Murphy not able to keep in front of the O-plate runner Ethan Robinson. Robinson now up to second position, but Murphy feels he has the pace to beat Meredith in this one and will be trying to stay up the front as they're down in towards the right-hander. There goes Danny Murphy on the inside. He's now on the outside. Not going to be able to pull it round the outside there. Potentially a lunge into the right-hander. Doesn't want to let Ollie Meredith run away with this one. There goes Danny Murphy. Lovely move on the inside. Precise. Controlled. And now Danny Murphy is up to second position. Robinson third. Jack Miller up 2 positions to fourth. Corey Lyons in fifth. Evan McCloughery in sixth. Towards the back, Dylan Murphy has gained 2 spaces. He is in 11th. So Ollie Meredith, half a tenth of a second in the race lead. But Danny Murphy has been kept with him all day. He's looking to continue his 3-race podium streak. Make it 4. Currently on course to do that, but a second win of the season would be important for Danny Murphy to keep with Ollie Meredith in the championship lead. Ethan Robinson in third place, running the O-plate from Lisburn. Running the Daily Motorsports coloured chassis. He's 5th in the championship, but has also taken a Rotax win this season and stood on the podium a further 2 times. So Danny Murphy putting Ollie Meredith under a bit of pressure here. Still 6.5 minutes to go, so it's a long, long way till the checkered flag. Murphy seems to have the better pace of the two here. It hasn't been that way for the whole day. But number 274 is running excellent. T-Sport driver of Danny Murphy, doing a stellar job so far in this final to keep Ollie Meredith honest. T-Sport looking for a second Rotax win after Michael Darcy just took it home for them in Micromax. Ollie Meredith is looking to continue on a strong run of form in Rotax, both nationally and internationally, just returning from the RMC International Trophy in Le Mans. And of course, your championship leader here in Minimax. So down towards the first corner. Danny Murphy looking for the move on Ollie Meredith. There's cheers going around the paddock, not for an overtake, for the All-Ireland result, presumably. But our battle is still on our hands here. It's Danny Murphy who's putting Meredith under all the pressure, but Meredith's not crumbling. Ollie Meredith staying composed, staying calm, doing what he does best, but you feel an overtake opportunity is on the cards here, almost pushing Meredith down the main straight. Now surely there's got to be a lunge here from Danny Murphy. This is his best opportunity. Oh no, there won't be, because there's yellows. Oh, that's ruined Danny Murphy's chance. Local yellows at the hairpin. So 3 minutes to go in this one, plus 1 lap. Jude Devant able to get past Corey Lyons, so good move for Devant. Jude Devant up to 4th place. Has not stood on the podium so far this season, 6th in the championship, but 1.8 seconds off Ethan Robinson. You can see him just there entering your camera shot, but Ollie Meredith is doing a stellar job at the top of the order. This is nervy stuff, as a 3-second penalty has been handed out to Corey Lyons. That's for weaving after the red line on the warm-up lap, which is a horrible penalty to get. Such an avoidable one, and Lyons won't be too happy with that one. But this is nervy stuff at the front. This means a lot for more than just the win. It means a lot for the championship. If Danny Murphy could pull one over Ollie Meredith, he'd have the momentum heading into the next round of Rotax racing, north of the border in Nuts Corner. But Ollie Meredith has been so composed from first thing this morning. The number 274 just not able to get past. 175 the winning number from Michael Darcy. 274 could be the winning number here in Minimax. Not something you see every day. In towards the first corner, 58 seconds left on the clock. That's 3 more laps of Rotax Minimax racing. You could cut the tension with a knife. Is this the chance for Danny Murphy? Now 2 to go for Ollie Meredith. Every lap that ticks by, he'll be more confident that he can hold this race lead. It was a quick glance over the shoulder by the Dubliner, just to find the same man sat behind. Meredith, Murphy. Who will make the move? And Danny Murphy almost had the overlap. He has not had an overlap once in this race, despite all the pressure he's put on Ollie Meredith. And it would be a last. Here's the defensive move. There's the first little defensive move from Meredith. Is he finally feeling the pressure? And Danny Murphy dives down the inside, and Danny Murphy leads into the chicane for the first time, but Meredith's going to send it 2 and all. How is there not contact? Oh, so close there. And Ollie Meredith is now behind Danny Murphy. In for the first corner. Last lap board shown. It's been a blockbuster Mini-Max contest, and it will be Ollie Meredith's to lose. He's been the pace setter today, but Danny Murphy in through the hairpin. Meredith's looking for the up and under. He's not going to find it, or is he? He has the overlap. He has it, but Danny Murphy doesn't need to leave space. Meredith, where does he go for the move? Can he get past Danny Murphy, or has Danny Murphy timed his attack to precision, to perfection, as they're into the final couple of corners now? Meredith not able to lunge it on the inside. Danny Murphy has played his cards absolutely beautifully, like the finest poker player there is, and Danny Murphy takes the checkered flag. It's 2 from 2 for T-Sport here at Boy so far in Rotax, and what a win that is for Danny Murphy. Ollie Meredith will be sick at that one, but it's still big points for the championship, which is his ultimate goal. Ethan Robinson will come home in third for a third podium of the season. That'll be Jude Duvant, Harley Brereton in fifth. Poor Harley, I don't think got to mention that whole race, but it was a stellar drive from Harley to finish in fifth. Corey Lyons in sixth, and Ben Lalu, Evan McCloughery, Isaac Ford, Lewis Hazlitt, Dylan Murphy, Elliot Greeniff, Mitchell Campton, Evan Peterson, Freddie Turkington, Jack Miller, and unfortunately we lost Connor Keown after just 6 laps. But what an ending to Mini-Max. We have Junior Max coming up next. Now it's time for our Rotax Junior Max. Charlie Condy on pole, TJ McKay in second, and Mitchell Elliott in third, Liam O'Hagan in fourth, Ethan Barnwell in fifth, Zach Battersby in sixth, Wesley Brereton in 7th, Brogan MacDonald in 8th, Jesse Ray McCauley in 9th, Fionn English in 10th, Ian Murphy in 11th, Matthew Deasy in 12th, and Sam McHugh in 13th. Oh no, this is a disaster. That's your pole man. That's the pace setter today. That is Charlie Condie, pole sitter, outright favourite for the win. His final, he won't even start it. That is a travesty. And you can see the frustrations on the Ballygalloway man. Before I looked at the screen, the very sentence I was going to say is, you can't really see this going any other way than Charlie's. Charlie won't even get on his way. That is awful bad luck for the old plate winner. But we could have a sensational race on our hands because of it. Charlie Condie will not start the final of Junior Max. And now we will go racing with TJ McKay on the pole position. Mitchell Elliott battling as well with O'Hagan and Barnwell. Zach Battersby will be looking to make a move here, as there's Condie's stranded cart. And TJ McKay looking for a first win of the season. He's taken 2 podiums. I think it's Liam O'Hagan chasing after him. And there's Ethan Barnwell. Ethan Barnwell up to 3rd position now. And now across the line it is McKay, O'Hagan, Barnwell, Mitchell Elliott down to 4th. Then it's MacDonald and Battersby. Zach Battersby in 6th position, leading Jesse Ryan McCauley in the other Sodi cart. And you have to feel for Charlie Condie in this one. He has been a class above the rest in Junior Max all day. It looked like an engine or something, as Brogan MacDonald loses the position to Zach Battersby. Oh, he lost 2 positions actually. He's lost the position to McCauley as well. So we're a handful of laps in, and TJ McKay is now the one setting the pace, 1.1 clear of the field. And TJ McKay was ready for a duel with Condie, but he will take his opportunity and run with it. Ethan Barnwell running very steady in 3rd, Mitchell Elliott in 4th. There is Barnwell and O'Hagan. O'Hagan in the blue and black. And then it's Ethan Barnwell in the OHR cart. Mistake for O'Hagan. Is this Ethan Barnwell's opportunity to sneak through? Diving down the inside. Not able to get, oh, he is able to get past. Lovely move from Ethan Barnwell. Looked like he broke way too late, but perfect, precise, and is able to take 2nd place off Liam O'Hagan. Now, let's take a look at the lap times. Not close enough to TJ McKay's or Ethan Barnwell. Let's see what he can do in a bit of fresh air. As TJ McKay sets the fastest lap of the race with a 41.2. There was a tram lines penalty, 10 seconds for Brogan MacDonald. We saw he got a very fast start in heat number 3, doing something similar. He has been penalised this time. As Elliott and Battersby are looking to follow their OHR teammate Barnwell through as well. McCauley is in amongst that fight, also with an orange card, but certainly not an OHR one. As TJ McKay, we'll see the gap of the line is now 2.5 seconds. TJ McKay 0.5 of a second a lap quicker than Ethan Barnwell on the last lap. There's no one even really close to him. Not within 2/10, and within 2/10 is Brogan MacDonald, who's down in 7th. So they're all fighting for second. It's a different man in the lead than they thought. The fight for second continues, and Barnwell under a lot of pressure from Liam O'Hagan. So still well over 5 minutes to go in this race. And it is TJ McKay in the race lead. And from Barnwell defending from Liam O'Hagan. O'Hagan racing his second season in Junior Max. After graduating from Mini Max, won podium last season. That was in Nuts Corner, his home circuit. Barnwell doing a great job to just absorb all the pressure from Liam O'Hagan. Hasn't really put a foot wrong since he took second place, but just doesn't have the outright pace to pull away. But the likes of Elliott and Battersby have got to try capitalise on this, because there's a great opportunity for a podium if they can. Ethan Barnwell fast in all the right places with 4 minutes and 1 lap to go in this race. Liam O'Hagan cannot find a way through. It's mental, isn't it? It was the exact opposite when O'Hagan was in front. Ethan Barnwell was all over the rear bumper. And now there goes Liam O'Hagan. It was a first real mistake for Ethan Barnwell, and Liam O'Hagan was able to sneak his way through. And Liam O'Hagan is now up to second position. Can he turn a screw and try push on, or will he still be under pressure from Ethan Barnwell? They're both running such similar lap times, apart from the last lap where Barnwell made that mistake, but the rest of the laps have been oh so similar. And now you can see Ethan Barnwell on the inside, not able to keep it though. O'Hagan with a good exit, and now Ethan Barnwell is under a lot of pressure from Mitchell Elliott in the number 310 from County Louth. The podium scorer in TKC. He was looking for the move on Ethan Barnwell. And Barnwell now wide, and that's Elliott past, and that's Battersby through, but Battersby had to back off. He nudged the rear of Mitchell Elliott and just lost his momentum, so Ethan Barnwell was able to remain in front. Now there's Jesse Ray McCauley and Brogan MacDonald who are going at it, but no swap in position just yet. And Ethan Barnwell is under a lot of pressure from Zach Battersby here. Battersby not able to get in front. We look at the hairpin, and down the inside goes Barnwell on Mitchell Elliott. He was a long way back, and yeah, not able to hold that one in front. Lunged from a mile back, and oh, someone's gone off, and that is Jesse Ray McCauley, who's lost the positions to McDonald, English and Brereton. So McCauley will rejoin in 9th. Fionn English putting Brogan MacDonald under pressure now. That's Mitchell Elliott ahead of Ethan Barnwell. There are 3 OHR karts fighting for the final podium position. Who dares wins. Battersby not able to get past Barnwell for now. 1 minute and 40 plus 1 lap to go. Does Ethan Barnwell have anything left in the locker to try and catch and pass Mitchell Elliott? He's down through the hairpin. Mitchell Elliott now the cork in the bottle. Liam O'Hagan's ran away up the road in similar fashion to how TJ McKay did at the start of the race. First and second almost confirmed. Third, certainly not. We know how dramatic a Junior Max race can get in the dying embers. Black and white flag being shown to Brogan McDonald. Brogan, of course, has a 10-second penalty, so effectively out of this fight. He's just pushing on to try and get as many positions as possible. And there is Mitchell Elliott and Ethan Barnwell side by side. Elliott still remains in front. As they come into the hairpin, still side by side Barnwell and Elliott, and even Barnwell is through. Barnwell, and so is Battersby. Oh, where's Zach Battersby come from? But he's lost it. Battersby slow out of the corner, and now he's behind Brogan McDonald, and he's slow on the main straight again, meaning Fionn English might be able to get through. And that's twice that's unfortunately happens to Battersby, where he looked like he had the position done, but didn't. He will, of course, regain the spot on Brogan McDonald, but Brogan is physically there, so Battersby cannot fight for the podium unless he gets past him. There's a lapper that Liam O'Hagan is going past. Now they're side by side here, Brogan McDonald and Mitchell Elliott. McDonald still looking to try and get past, and Brogan McDonald is back down the inside, and that's bad news. If your name is Mitchell Elliott, it looks like the podiums could be decided. The lap traffic does a good job of pulling out of the way before the treacherous part of the circuit. And we are on the last lap here. TJ McKay is going to drive home for a win at the front of this field. And will take his opportunity to cut into the points lead that Charlie Condie has. TJ McKay second in the championship, but not close to Condie's pace today. So a bit of fortune for McKay will grant him the win, and across the line goes TJ McKay to take the race win, number 309. Delighted with that one. Liam O'Hagan will take second, and the final conclusion on who will take third will be Ethan Barnwell. Mitchell Elliott will come home ahead of Zach Battersby, and it'll be Wesley Brereton, Jesse Ray McCauley, Fionn English, Brogan McDonald in ninth, and drops to 10th behind Ian Murphy, but will stay ahead of Sam McHugh and Matthew Deasy in 12th. And that's our second final race, folks. We have, well, technically two races, but they both go on at the same time, and that is Senior Max and Senior Max 177. That will be coming up in a few moments' time. So our final carts of the day, heading to the circuit. This could be a tasty affair. Rotax Senior Max, 11 minutes on a lap. Ruben Kernahan on pole position. Joseph McMahon starts from second, ahead of Dylan McDermott in third. Keith Burke then in fourth. Ewan Miller in fifth, ahead of Noah Taylor, Carter Mooney, Zach Leckie, Lincoln Bevan, Daniel Spillane, Josh McDonald, Ben Connolly, Mark Quinn, Sean Cooney, Robert Kyan Bolster and Charlie Gardner. Then in Senior 177, it's Mark Shields, Padraig Dowdall, Liam Kearns, Ben McDowell, Sean Spratt and Anthony O'Connell. So Kernahan McMahon on the front row. McDermott, keep an eye on him in third. Made contact with Ben Connolly in the earlier heat, but won in the earlier heat 3, I should say, but won the opening 2 heats as they waltz their way to the tram lines to start a very important final with a lot of championship implications as we go racing for the final of Senior Max. And Dylan McDermott is already into second place, and Joseph McMahon has been hung out to dry on the outside. Keith Burke not able to follow through, neither was Carter Mooney, but Mooney is already ahead of Ewan Miller and Noah Taylor, so a good start for the Dromara man. Ruben Kernahan under a lot of pressure from Dylan McDermott, his championship rival from last season, his championship rival this season. Dylan McDermott would love to get in the front and just run away with this one at the front, but Ruben Kernahan is not going to allow that. A very smart and savvy racer. Try keep McDermott behind for as long as possible. Keith Burke gets past Joseph McMahon. So as they run, it's Kernahan, McDermott, Burke, Miller, not Burke, then it's McMahon. Keith Burke is down to 6th place, so it's the other OHR card who is up to 3rd. Ewan Miller is looking to continue on a personal win streak, took a win in the last round of the Ulster Kart Club Championship, and Joseph McMahon barrels down the inside on Ewan Miller, and that is McMahon not able to get in front, but he will at the inside for the hairpin, and Carter Mooney nudging McMahon through as well. Carter Mooney wants to try and follow him through. A very experienced racer is Carter Mooney, the 2024 Motorsport Ireland Senior Max Championship winner. He's not able to get past Ewan Miller for now. Still Ruben Kernahan at the front of this one with 9.5 minutes left, and Ruben Kernahan has set the fastest lap of the race, and when you unleash Kernahan, he usually runs away into the distance, but Dylan McDermott will be looking to do everything to limit that. Fastest lap of the race going to Charlie Gardner. In terms of 177, it's Ben McDowell ahead of Mark Shields. And Padraig Dowdall down to 3rd. Through the final corners, Ruben Kernahan and Dylan McDermott starting to pull away from McMahon in the field, as Keith Burke able to get past Carter Mooney. Zach Leckie is recovering from a non-finish in one of the heats. He's up to 7th past Noah Taylor. Zach Leckie is pushing Carter Mooney into the hairpin, almost trying to nudge him out of his way. I say almost trying, that's exactly what he's trying to do. It's not working so far. There's your front two. Ruben Kernahan, Dylan McDermott. Two of the heavyweights of Rotax Senior Karting. Two of the superstars. Dylan McDermott looking for his first win of the year. Ruben Kernahan also. Sorry, Dylan McDermott looking for a championship win. Of course, won the O-Plate. 2 wins last year for Dylan. En route to 3rd in the championship, but there was only a handful of points separating 1st to 3rd in last year's Senior Max Championship. Dylan McDermott with the fastest lap. Keith Burke has managed to get past Ewan Miller. So that's Keith Burke now up to 4th position. Keith Burke 7th in the championship last season, has raced a Mini before. He was on the podium in TKC, or he's won a race in TKC, I should say. In theory he was still on the podium, but the extra information is that it was a race win. Still Kernahan at the front of this field. We're almost halfway through. And it's looking very good for Ruben Kernahan, unless Dylan McDermott can find an extra little bit of pace. Which it doesn't look like he can, to be honest. Giving it absolutely everything is the Roscommon man. It was a poor last lap, unfortunately, for Ewan Miller. It was dropped down to 7th position, lost to Ben Connolly and Carter Mooney. Ben given the all clear for this race, running very well. In Rotax 177, Ben McDowell is still in the race lead, as that's Joseph McMahon. McMahon is past Dylan McDermott. McDermott is fading away in this race, it seems. And now it's Joseph McMahon's responsibility to try catch and pass Ruben Kernahan. So Ruben Kernahan led by over a second on the last lap. Let's see, can Joseph McMahon try catch him on this lap? It doesn't visually look like he has, but every little inch of time gained is... every little inch of ground gained, I should say. Inch of time is a new measurement. Every inch of ground gained by Joseph McMahon will help. No, he's losing time. Ruben Kernahan is in an excellent position in this one. The man who started out his racing career in micro F2s has gone on to become a world champion in Tillotson in 2021. He is proving why he is world champion material. And Dylan McDermott and Keith Burke are battling now. And Keith Burke is ahead of Dylan McDermott. McDermott is down to 4th. McDermott is down to 5th. Carter Mooney has just got past Dylan McDermott. What is going on with our pace setter here today? And Dylan McDermott is falling behind. He's now with Ben Connolly, the man he made contact with earlier on today. And Ben Connolly will be looking to get revenge, and he dives down the inside, does Ben Connolly, and Ben Connolly is past Dylan McDermott. So Dylan McDermott's got to lose another place as well, because we're still, there we are, we're looking at McDermott losing the spot. Charlie Gardner, that is, that's gone through. Gardner was at the back of this field at the start of the race, and Dylan McDermott is falling like quite a large rock in water. Dylan McDermott down to 8th place with Ewan Miller. This is Keith Burke under pressure from Carter Mooney. This is for the final podium placing with 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in this one. Carter Mooney on the bumper of Keith Burke. Would be a great result for Burke, a podium. Currently sits 7th in the championship. This would propel him up the order a little bit. Of course, heats do matter. Burke going defensive. Kernahan comfortable at the front, although McMahon slowly making inroads. Now here comes Carter Mooney. Where's he going to go for the move? He goes for the outside. Keith Burke defends to the inside, and Carter Mooney has to try and get the cart rotated in very viciously. And that invites Ben Connolly into the fight, as does it invite Charlie Gardner, who has now got past Zach Leckie. And Gardner on the inside of Ben Connolly, and Charlie Gardner, what pace he's showing here in this race. Started his karting career in 2016, did Charlie Gardner. And oh, look how defensive Keith Burke is going. And Carter Mooney, oh no, there's contact! There's contact between one of the DMS carts, and it is Charlie Gardner. Had such pace, but himself and Carter Mooney are going to go plummeting down the order now. There is damage, I would suspect, on both those carts, as it was another over the side. And it's more contact at the first corner here in that boy that is going to stir the pot. And as they come across the start-finish line, it is Ruben Kernahan leading, McMahon leading Burke, then Ben Conley in fourth. So it'll be Conley versus Burke versus Leckie for the final podium place, but they are all a little bit spaced out for now, although Ben Conley making good inroads. So 42 seconds left. I make that 3 laps because Ruben Kernahan's so far in front. Keith Burke is under a lot of pressure here from Ben Conley. Burke a podium placer before in many championships. So he knows how to defend. Ben Conley, what a comeback it would be to finish on the podium here in the Senior Max final. From a crash earlier with Dylan McDermott, and ending up needing a check-up. And then he goes for the outside. Burke defensive once again. And that is Zach Leckie, who's on the tail of these. Zach Leckie wearing his World Finals suit. And Tony Carr, I believe it's a Tony Carr chassis provided by Nuts Corner. Sorry, when I say World Finals, Grand Finals, the official Rotax name. As last lap board is showing, final chance for Ben Conley to find a way past. And once again, Keith Burke goes defensive. And Ben Conley's going to try the up and under. Very difficult corner to do it in through turn number 2. And he's in the slipstream down towards the hairpin. Will it be a last lap pass from anyone in this train? Zach Leckie has to defend from Ewan Miller. And Ewan Miller is looking for the inside line. But it looks like they'll remain as they were. Ruben Kernahan is coming for the final few corners now. Joseph McMahon gave it an excellent go, and oh, there we go! Keith Burke has lost the podium on the last lap, and Ben Conley, what a redemption that is! Ruben Kernahan, the champ, is back on top as he takes the checkered flag. Joseph McMahon continues on his strong run of form in second, but Ben Conley is going to come home in third, and that is a well-earned podium for DMS's Ben Conley, the leading DMS card in the final. Keith Burke unfortunately losing it on the last lap in fourth. And in terms of Senior Max 177, it is going to be third place championship man Ben McDowell, who will take a dominant win in the class. His second win of the season, and a job well done by Ben McDowell. Joining for your full results then in Senior Max, it's Ruben Kernahan, Joseph McMahon, Ben Conley, Keith Burke, Zach Leckie, Noah Taylor, Lincoln Bevan, Ewan Miller, Charlie Gardner, Josh McDonald, Daniel Spillane, Robert Bolster, Sean Cooney, Mark Quinn. And then in 177 it was Ben McDowell, Mark Shields, Porrick Dowdle, Anthony O'Connell, Sean Spratt and Liam Kearns, with non-finishers Carter Mooney and Dylan McDermott. Disastrous for the two teammates running the O plate and the number 402. But folks, that concludes a dramatic day of action here in Athboy. What was a huge event for the Rotax and IAME Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships. Thank you very much for spending your Sunday with us here on Vantage Point Video. It's absolutely free to subscribe here on YouTube and follow on Facebook, but please make sure you're supporting the channel with that. But big thanks to the Westmeath Motorclub for organising this successful event of the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships. My name's Evan Dalton. Thank you very much once again. Stay safe, stay well, and we shall see you back here on Vantage Point Video very shortly. Slán go bhfuil.